Hi! It's me! It's me! Did you miss me? Yeah, you miss me? I heard you missed me, yeah. Ah, my nose!
What you doing?
I grabbed it and it fell off. It fell off my face. Hi, chat! Where's my chat? Where are my chatters at? Hi, chatters. I don't know where they at. But hello! Hello! We're gonna play Limbus Company today. Yeah. Well, tonight. Not today. Well, I don't know what time it is. I don't fucking care. Is that a baby bunny? Oh my goodness, it's a cute bunny! Look at the bunny!
Yeah.
Chat!
Hello.
Chat! Look at Bunny! Praise her! Call her cute! You're not saying enough! Hi, Tego!
Hello, Taco.
Hey, Triple! Hey, Radish! Hey, Morduppin! Hello! Happy Pride Month! Hello!
Hugs to you too.
Nose today!
Your nose is going everywhere.
My nose! Yeah, you like my nose? Whose nose are you talking about? Whose nose are you talking about? Whose nose are you talking about? Got a problem with my fucking nose? Got a fucking problem with my nose, Keela? Tell it to my face! Tell it to my face! Tell me to my face!
It's even better because you have like the angry buggy eyes, like the actual ones.
What? What? You're going to sleep? No sleeping! No sleeping! You gotta listen to us play Limbus Company. Yeah, Limbus Company. Limbus Company. Limbus Company. Limbus Company. Limbus Company. Limbus Company. Where are my succubus shenanigans? What the fuck do you mean, my succubus shenanigans? What do I look like, a fucking clown?
Maybe.
What do you fucking mean, maybe? What do you mean, maybe? What do you mean, maybe?
What if I said you were a leprechaun? A magical leprechaun?
That's racist. Just because I got clovers in my hair does not make me a fucking leprechaun. Do I look like a fucking clown to you, Tango? Yes! What do you mean, yes? I don't look like a fucking clown. You look like a fucking clown. You wanna fight me? Let's fight. I'll fight you right now, fair and square. I'll beat your ass.
She might have had a few drinks.
I didn't have anything to drink. No, I was good today. I was very good. Wing! Spin! Wing! Wee! Where them cat girls at? I want to hump some cat girls. I mean, what? I didn't say anything about humping cat girls. You heard nothing.
I'm sorry, then the Necapara isn't at you.
But there's an even better. While you're waiting for Necopara number 5, I don't fucking know. There's an even better cat girl visual novel out right now that you can play for free.
Oh wait, you're right.
It's called Omoneko. It's on Steam, Ichito, and Just. It's a visual novel created by hobbyists. 3 of those people helped create Katawa Shoujo, which is awesome. Good night! What do you mean good night? I'm preaching a game right now! How dare you leave? How dare you leave? I'm preaching a game! You stay right there! And then, it's an amazing visual novel. It's cinematic, has 3 routes. You're already sleeping at this time? What do you mean? You're working 13 hours a day. No, you stay. You stay right there.
It sounds like you need a knuckle girl to relieve you.
Yeah, there's 3. Their names are Claudia, Shimmy, and Pepper. And you can pick 3. You can pick any of the 3, and you can get. There's 3 routes, and there's 10 different endings that you can get. There's no AI, and if you play, you should definitely leave a review because you know it's cat girls and they're hot, and cat girls are hot. 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Well, what do you mean? You should just stay up and stay with me. Yeah, you should just stay. You should just stay and hang out with us. It's party time! Party, party, party! Honk, honk! Honk, honk! Honk! Ah, no!
I forgot you had that.
Yeah! Come back to the game! Come back to the game! Yay! Game time! Game time! Honk! 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 Well, you get to see me and hang out with me and flirt with me and yeah. And you get to listen to me read. That kiss. Mwah. Mwah.
That combination.
Alright. Let me see where we left off. I don't know what we're going. I think we're gonna read Nocturnal. Nocturnal. Happy New Year! What do you mean Happy New Year? Oh God, was this the New Year event? Oh Lord. I'm behind. You're such a good boy, Tego. I like this music though. This music a bop!
I can hear it.
You need to dance to it. You have to listen to it. Here. Gotcha.
On the cover? We're only on the left side?
Oh, I'm on the left. You want that ASMR? I got you. How about now? How about now? How about now? How about now? Now it's fixed. Yay! Funny story, I was actually gonna stream ASMR yesterday. I'm actually really sad I didn't. I was gonna stream ASMR and I ended up having to take care of some very important matters and I'm like really sad I didn't get to stream ASMR.
Not to mention a camera problem.
Yeah, I had a big camera issue. Because right now I'm surviving on just my webcam to track me. No, you don't have to sleep. You have to stay with us. You have to stay with us. If you leave me, who will hang out with me? There'll be no one. You'll leave me. You're leaving me for another woman named Work. I knew it. There's another
heard that woman was pretty bad, but she's good for business.
Is she hot? I might have to leave you for her. If she's hot.
What do you think she is, Renata Glass?
Yeah! Is she hot like a Renata?
I'm gonna leave your ass.
You're gonna leave me? Oh my gosh, Keela's breaking up with me. Breaking news, chat. Keela's breaking me. She's dumping me. She's leaving me. No!
What's your stream? Get back down here.
You love me? Would you love me if I was a worm?
Yeah, something like that.
You would love me if I was a worm?
I would think so.
You think so, or you know so? I don't think she loves me, chat. I think she wants to leave my ass and dump me on the side of the road. Ah, you're gonna steal Keela now? No! Taro's stealing Keela now! No!
I
Lady
think
Mark is
Tara
demanding. Very demanding. She's demanding?
I think Tara had a chance of you, Sally.
They all clearly refer to you. You can play RuneScape together now? Yeah, no, that's definitely you.
Never mind.
Goodbye, Keela.
No, I'll wrap my arms around your neck and pull you into her.
She loves me. She's holding me.
Yeah. Give you lots of cuddles.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit right here on her lap. And block her head. So you guys, y'all can't see. Y'all can't see. No. No see Keela today. I am Keela. My name is Keela. Hello, I am Keela. No! Size dip! Oh my! Mommy Keela. Oh, smother me in your warm boobies. I mean, what? Pause.
Why'd you get this train started before it derails? So Tara, she might have drank a little bit.
Do you love me, Taro? I love you, Taro. I think everyone was stunned, or they had to grab the tissues. What do you mean they had to grab the tissues? What tissues? Did Lady Work provide tissues? Does your girlfriend Work provide tissues? A little doubt. What? What? I'm so lost. What? A little what? A little what? I'm so lost. What? A little what? Why are we here again?
You wanted to start the adventure, I think.
What adventure? Oh, Limbus Company, right. That's a thing.
Oh no.
Hi, Limbus Company. Hi, Train. You're beautiful. Why does the... Okay, I have to talk about something. Why does a bus look like a train? I'm so confused.
Don't give her margaritas anymore, guys.
What do you mean? I like margaritas.
I mean, I did too. Especially the cinnamon stick one.
Cinnamon stick? What's cinnamon
Yeah,
stick one?
You don't remember the cinnamon stick margarita I made?
No.
How do you not remember?
Cinnamon stick margarita, cinnamon stick margarita, cinnamon stick margarita. No.
When we went to Disney together?
I don't think we drank alcohol at Disney.
Yeah, we did.
We did? We partook in the alcohol? Was it at Epcot?
We went to the margarita the wine testing.
We did wine testing at Disney?
Where else was it? We only went south in the United States to go to Disney, you know?
What the fuck? I don't remember this. Do we have videos of this?
You got pretty drunk actually, so maybe that's why you don't remember it. I didn't factor that in, but I do have pictures of it, yes.
You need to send these to me. I don't have them, remember? I don't have a phone anymore that has those pictures.
Well, I got them still. I just didn't think that you didn't remember. You were a little drunk though, for sure.
You have some margaritas in the fridge? Sure. I need alcohol. I need the margarita.
No, you didn't.
Margarita. Honk honk. Margarita. Honk honk. Margarita. Honk honk. Margarita. Honk honk.
You know what though?
What?
You did get some pair of pink donut ears out of it. That's pretty funny. Do you remember the pink donut ears?
Yeah, I wanted those ones really badly.
Yeah, I got you.
I don't remember the alcohol.
It was in the middle of the big water area. By
That's Epcot, right?
Yeah, I guess so. It wasn't the big circle area, it was the one outside.
We have to send you pictures. I have no memory of that. My margarita is for me and my girlfriend. I'm your girlfriend, right? Me and Keeler are both your girlfriends, right?
Well, it was inside of like a little shack thing over the water, remember? Where the really long bridge is. It's like a super long bridge they have to walk to.
I know we had like 6 different cakes that were like $200 each.
No. Remember the big building where we bought the sandwich?
What sandwich?
It was like a really big building. It had a cafeteria built into it.
You mean like the lunches before the hurricane?
No, it was before the ticket booth area. It was like the outside.
You're gonna have to send me pictures.
I don't remember
this. I genuinely don't remember this.
That's crazy to me. Hold on.
She doesn't exist, so it's all mine. You mean I don't exist? Who's that on your credit card then? I'm bummed! Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh,
Did you not save your colors?
No, I did. Hang on. I have to do something really quick, though. I noticed my eyes were dead! I was dead! So I have to fix this. Hang on. Bulb. There we go. Boop. Is it this one? No. There we go. Ba 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 ba. Alright. I'm gonna start the story.
You start the story. I'll look for the margaritas.
Okay. Happy New Year. Wow, I'm really behind. I can't believe there was a Happy New Year chapter and I missed it.
You didn't really miss it.
I missed it. No, I'm not late. You're late. Yawn, Dante. Any idea where that leftover cake from yesterday went?
No idea. I mean, why would I know? I can't even eat.
Darn. Did Donkey already get her paws on him?
Rhodia rubbed her tired eyes, muttered something about how we should have partied in her room instead, and stumbled to the back door. The new year came swiftly to the inhabitants of the bus after the various incidents at the LCE. The sinners all came from different backgrounds and parts of the city, but annual celebration for New Year's seemed to be a thread that connected their cultures together. They began floating the idea of New Year's parties and...
Excellent! Then permit me the honor of hosting this banquet!
With her usual overdramatic boast, coupled with the familiar twinkle in her eyes, Don Quixote declared that there would be, indeed, a New Year's party, and thus it was decided. Again, after we went through hell with the back door, after all the hell we went through with the back door and whatnot for out-of-season Christmas celebration.
Ahem. Yet I must insist, for 'twas no, but an Yet, but I must insist, for 'twas but an effort to decorate the bus. The intent quite divorced from the act of celebration.
Don Quixote glanced at Sinclair sheepishly, scratching the back of her head. Huh? Oh, don't worry about me, really.
Well, 'tis true that mine actions hath brought thee quite distress unintentionally. I might add, thus I ask thee, wouldst thou not agree that a communal event to mark the occasion might freshen both our spirits and bodies?
I can't even begin to imagine what her amnesiac self, even taking a moment to give a damn about how Sinclair might take it, but I guess with memory came tact.
You know, it's our first New Year together. It sure is an occasion for celebration, huh? Gotta hear that bell go ding to really mark the transition to a new year, right?
It seems that we shall be welcoming the first light of the new year in company of one another. This is indeed a cause for celebration. A bowl of noodles before the last night of the year fades. Classic.
Such bubbling enthusiasm from ye warmth mine own heart! Forsooth, the grandiosity of this banquet shall be one for the books. Fireworks most brilliant, enough delicacies too.
Sharon, when's our next stop?
Lefty will be running non-stop for 3 days at least. Only dum-dums stop on a fast road.
So she says. Virgilius muttered with his usual sardonic? What the fuck is that word? Sardonic edge. One fist under his chin. I cannot read today. Dyslexic today.
Fee! For next year's celebration, the banquet shall be prepared ere the promised hour.
Don Quixote's idea of a grand banquet depressingly fizzled into nothingness, but... Rhodia brought out the cakes and cookies she'd stashed in her room so we could at least hold a small celebration for the New Year's together. After that, we all stayed up together, watched the New Year's first sunrise briefly paint the city in gold, then retired to sleep. When everyone woke up, rubbing their tired eyes, the world outside the bus had completely transformed. There was a behemoth of a structure, bizarre in its presence, and its walls seemingly made of gargantuan steel plates. H-Corp? The sinners began to voice their surprise, appropriately so, as to what came into view was different from many of the nests we passed by on our journey thus far. Is that a massive structure, all one building? If that whole thing's the nest, then where the hell's the back streets? That's big enough to cover H-Corp's territory and then some. Well, there he goes again, asking dumb questions without ever taking a peep at the guidebook. That's not the nest. That huge box you see over there, that's District 8. We call it Hongyun. Hongyun? The vast garden here at H-Corp. The nest lies within the center of the structure, and the back streets without. Ugh, so they squeeze the entire population of this district in there? Do they not get a ray of sunlight all year round? Huh, well, at least they won't have to worry about the rain.
Aha! Prithee, avail me a sight as well.
As the sinners began to gather one by one at the other side of the bus, stirred awake from their late night's rest, I felt my gaze drawn towards Hung Lu. I looked for signs of concern or distress on his face. Worried. It wasn't exactly something unique to Hung Lu, but stories about his past home life we've heard throughout the year, whenever he felt like sharing them, were all consistently and terribly depressing. It's not such a bad place once you actually try living here. For a while. But his lips ever so slightly curled upward into a kindly and relaxed smile, are making the same expression as ever. An expression that hasn't changed at all since our first meeting. Maybe it's just a cultural difference, kind of like how Hung Lu can be so nonchalant about things that should give most people pause, but actually, no, I'm not helping anyone or anything by entertaining these thoughts. My job at this moment is to keep a close eye on Hung Lu, more so than usual. And if the time comes for me to help him, as the manager, I'll give it my all. Besides...
Whoa, this thing is even bigger up close. Verily, I carry no recollection of such a structure so grand, even in past adventures of mine.
If my efforts aren't enough, I know I can trust the sinners to lend me a hand. Hey, let me see too. I collect my thoughts and approached the sinners who were flattened up against the glass window to get a good view.
No, you can't eat my tail. No. No tail eating. Mm-mm.
You already cleared Kanto 8. No spoilers. I haven't gotten there yet. That is quite a large building, though. I can't believe everyone lives in there. Where in the world is the lobotomy court?
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어주자.
고래를
형님 언제든지요.
기다려라. 겉에 곧 먹이를 먹여주지.
Once we left the bus. Oh man, I can't believe we had to get off the bus here. They have to make a formal complaint against H-Corp for this crap. What the hell were they thinking, doing shoddy construction work at the entrance of the highway that leads straight into the nest? Many causes there to be such construction projects yet. Perhaps an early warning sign ere our approach to the site would have been a sensible
Were it not for young Sharon's most valiant at drifting. Ugh, I shudder to think even the terrible possibilities twould be most an awful end to an adventure.
It's no surprise that the sinners all had a piece of their mind to speak. As we drove up to the entryway, we unexpectedly came across a mess of badly put together steel plates blocking our paths in the middle of the road. Sharon quickly spun the bus around, which meant that everyone ended up being thrown like rag dolls.
Good thing there was another road off the highway that leads straight into the city, right? I bet Sharon would have tried reverse gear all the way back to the last interchange. But looks like we'll be going through all these windy alleyways to get to the nest.
It's so dark here. We were greeted by a dark street upon disembarking from the bus, illuminated only by a faint strand of light. But it was immediately obvious we found ourselves in the back streets of H-Corp. Looked pretty impressive from the outside, but it's no different from the other back streets inside it.
Yep, it's a familiar sight. Gotta say, it's getting real old. I ask thee, is the nest of this district shrouded in such darkness as well? No, these particular sites are limited to the back streets of District 8.
The back streets of this district weren't very different from the other ones we had visited in the past. People hurrying through the streets as though they were being chased by something. People scowling and glaring at the ground with some sickness or discomfort. Scenes all too common in every corner of the city. There was one thing about this place that stood out from other districts, however. They're kind of reminding me of the former G-Corp soldiers back at District 4. What? What do you mean? You mean those fellows? The growths on their flesh appeared too organic to be prosthetics. Some of them had old protrusions or nodules bulging from their skin as well. Not at all, Manager Bud. Look, they haven't mutated in the same pattern. Like an insectoid form, for example. Well, I guess I should commend you for not looking at them, though, like through a biased lens.
You were observing the aftermath of District 8's distinctive method of treatment.
Ah, so this is where the rumors of that bluish healing ointment came from, huh? Apparently they can cure any flesh wound just after one night dressed in bandages?
It seems that certain misconceptions must be addressed. There are variations of H-Corp singularity. The bolus.
The bolus? She is likely referring to medicines brewed and netted into ball-shaped pills. That sounds kind of familiar, actually.
Correct. H-Corp, or Hongyun's bioengineering group, mainly manufactures boluses that contain essences of treatment. The boluses may be taken orally, ground with water into a paste and applied directly to the affected area, or dissolved in water, soaked into bandages and wrapped around the necessary area for treatment.
Ah, I guess rumors transformed as they travel. Oh, I see. I was just thinking about how they do things back at the, K-Corp.
The focus of K-Corp's technology is the reversal of recovery of one's conditions. Returning the original state is the keyword in their treatment. It is no rare sight to find unique techniques and technologies developed independently by the inhabitants of the back streets of District 8 using the manufactured boluses. The treatments are not individually customized for each patient. Instead, their focus is on selecting the appropriate technique into a myriad of choices to address the deficiencies in their statuses. Perhaps one could choose the words transformation or evolution as a more illustrative description for their method of treatment.
So that's what counts as treated? The crowd Sinclair was pointing at certainly appeared unhurt, as none of them were bleeding or walking with a limp, but many of them appeared dazed, staring blankly at nothing, or scratching absent-mindedly at their mutated parts. They must be the regulars. Unexpectedly, we found our answer not from Faust, not from Mersal, but from Hung Lu. The regulars? Yes, I've heard of them as a child, people who've grown too accustomed to visiting the clinics in search of their mystical treatments. The regulars might appear more intimidating than most people at first glance, but apparently all the side effects they've been stacking changes them in strange ways. It is highly likely that interoperation conflicts or issues will arise when applying highly disparated treatment methods to a single body. At least it's cheaper. At least it's a cheaper alternative for people who didn't sign up for life insurance. Oh, that's not Mersal.
At least it's the cheaper alternative for people who didn't sign up for life insurance.
You speak of life insurance?
Yes, life insurance. There's a special insurance option to bring the client back to life upon the event of their death.
So the irony isn't lost on me, but I thought resurrecting people was one of the head's taboos?
The head does not consider the revival via life insurance to be a violation of their non-resurrection taboo.
It is likely that on a technical level, this revival is categorized as brain resuscitation as opposed to a full resurrection, degradation of its functions considered, of course.
Another fatal downside to this technology is that, unlike the manager's clock winding, the subject cannot be brought back if their brain is destroyed. Also, there is the risk of significant losses in the process of information transference.
Losses, huh? So some of their mutations could be more than just the side effects of these treatments. Maybe. But I take it more than one or two revivals to change that much. And since apparently people in the back streets could never dream of paying consistent insurance renewal rates, so... After all, who would sign up for insurance if using its services could reduce them to such pitiful states? Yeah, they appear pathetic and pitiful to you rich bastards, don't they? You'll soon be in the same boat as them, so save some pity for yourselves. Identify yourself. The stranger's voice cut through our discussion like a foreign instrument. We turned around to find a large group of people who were clearly up to no good.
You must be the young master of the high and mighty Gia family, eh? I can just tell by looking at your pretty face. This is the Intervello from I don't know if it's spoilers, but if you're not too far into the game, then yes, it's spoilers. Enjoy your lurk, though.
Your friends, Hung Lu? No, I haven't much of a chance to get acquainted with people from the back streets, so... Nope, never met him before.
Of course you haven't. Too busy living a large, playing God in a whole different world from us plebs, huh? Not that it matters. We're just here to take the thing you brought here for submission to the family hierarchy evaluation.
The what evaluation? Okay, there's clearly been a misunderstanding. There's quite a lot of them. We're not off to a great start here, huh? Man.
Actually, no. It'd be a violation of our office's core values to jump them like we're some common thugs. I, Shan-san, third son of the Triax office, challenge Gia Bio you... I don't know these names, bro. Gia, the Gia family to a duel. Our wager will be that the winner can take anything they want from the loser.
Wait, what do you mean, a duel?
Duel?
I have heard tale that duels. Oh, the honorable fixers of the Sync Association Eastern Branch announced their intent to duel by stating their affiliation and name instead of just casting their gauntlets. And the pamphlet that young Ishmael had presented before me earlier present the truth that the Triax office is indeed an office of the East, though they are indeed a lesser quality. 'Tis true, genuine, accurate declaration of a duel that we behold. So it's just a fancy way of saying 1v1 me. Let's go in it. I mean, this guy doesn't look too tough. What do you think, Faust?
Agreed. This individual does not seem to possess any particular exceptional skill that may pose difficulties for Hung Lu.
I think it's going to be okay. I'll be back in a minute, Dante. You sure this is okay? I don't think you're going to lose against him, but, you know, just in case. No worries, I have some childhood experience with duels myself. I've done about 10 of them, I think.
Ha! So the rich boy dabbled in some duels, has he?
I think you misunderstand. I meant to say that I've done about 10 of them a day. Oh, but grandmother sometimes let me skip them, so... It might have been slightly fewer than that on some days.
What?
I, Hung Lu of Limbus Company. No. I, Bao Yu of the Gia family. Accept this duel. Hung Lu stepped forward confidently as the opponent was processing what he just heard. For a moment, Hung Lu stood there in a stance that did not express even a hint of aggression, before curiously cocking his head to the side. Sorry, are we waiting for something? Oh, so I always let the opponent get the first 2 moves in duels. Please don't hesitate.
Let me? You little... cocky pride shall be your downfall!
The man who introduced himself as Shan-san leaped towards Hung Lu. Then after about a minute...
How is this happening?
Unlike Shan-san, who was throwing punches and swinging boiling hot passion, Hung Lu was effortlessly gliding between his opponent's strike, like he was out on a picnic. As though this was but a leisurely stroll through a garden. Whenever Shan-san threw a powerful punch, Hung Lu redirected it to the side with ease, the fist only grazing his clothes. We were mesmerized by the feathery, light movements of his hands, and the feet that effortlessly glided through the air until after one blink and you'll miss it moment, we realized that Shan-san was already face down on the ground. defeated. Huh? Young Hung Lu, hast thou been concealed thy strength? Thy full strength in our presence? Oh, I wouldn't say that. I always put my all into every fight. Yet, to defeat this foe so soundly, to dance with such grace between his strikes is... 'Twas as though, dueling someone whose skill may only measure against a child's. But most of our fights happen in environments with lots of variables, and we usually fight against enemies with all kinds of unexpected weapons and power. You read him. Already familiar with that fool's moves? Oh, yes. One of my Biwu instructors use similar techniques as this gentleman here. Practice makes perfect, and perfection makes an expert, right? Right, but I'm not sure if that's entirely relevant here. Well, anyways, looks to me that he soundly kicked your behind in this duel. Let us through, why don't you? And preferably not to do the thing I think you're about to do.
This duel wasn't overseen by a notary office anyway, and our employer's not gonna let this failure slide if we just leave. Heh, don't just sit there. Move your asses and jump them.
Pathetic. I can kind of see how we're becoming experts at getting jumped. With the bitter cry of the defeated, his gang rushed towards us. Wouldn't it be funny if you had a Ryushu plushie PNG for every line Ryushu has this interval? That'd be funny.
Well, that's gonna be interesting. And then green. How about you, please? And hello, Scholar. Welcome, welcome.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을
I did not expect this to be the music choice.
저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, it sounds very different from all the other tracks.
I think Hung Lu is Chinese inspired, so
Yeah. They're starting like that.
You're doing good, that's good.
엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 건 네. 완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸. 고귀하게.
happy Pride Eternity. True.
Yeah.
But it's extra special this month because you get to celebrate it and show it off.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다. 해파.
This isn't a great start, fellas. It's never easy, is it?
Hey, at least we got a nice warm-up. It wasn't all bad.
I don't know. This seems more serious than our usual street brawls. Ishmael's right. They weren't your everyday thugs who picked fights with random people for no good reason. They were contracted by someone to specifically target and eliminate Hung Lu. And given how they were about their intent, calling it a contract, it doesn't seem like whoever gave the contract was exactly going for subtlety. Then, maybe this is what Jia Shichun was talking about way back when she mentioned surviving as heirs. Whoever's behind this must have a bone to pick with Hung Lu. Indeed, it seems that we must expect more skirmishes like this going forward.
Alas, 'twas this trial not readily overcome.
Not the point. Think of it only a little more. Seems like they're assuming the Hung Lu's brought something here in order to participate in that family hierarchy evaluation. Then there's no reason to assume that we've seen the last of them. They're going to try again to take out the competition. A highly accurate assessment of the situation by the executive manager. I expect no less from someone of your genius.
Oh my god. Hello.
La Plaga, it's been a while. Welcome.
It's been a long time.
Going for the classic of brown-nosing today, Otis? Since was it brown-nosing to compliment a job well done? Do you not expect? This inane conversation is most riveting, but I would prefer some silence while we wait. It seems that the company foresaw such difficulties. They sent you a support team to help handle this issue. We heard voices coming from behind us, from where Virgilius pointed. My, you guys still haven't learned how to stick to the plan, have you? It really threw me when I was told to meet you in some backstreet location, away from our agreed rendezvous points. This is probably Effie. A familiar voice! A voice we could not forget! It is Effie, right? Oh, Sod, right. Sod. Ha 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 ha! Same thing, Effie died.
I did Bluffles! Welcome to the heavens! Nebula! Go! Welcome, welcome.
Welcome.
Been a while, everyone. Hi, I'm here too. We turned around and to follow where the voice was coming from and recognized two people we've been hoping to see again. Sod, my beloved! You're the only one that matters to me. You're the only one that matters. My love, she's finally out of the hospital.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다.
My love.
그러니
Sod. And hey, Pilot, right? You're... What's wrong? It's like you're looking at a ghost. Pilot, didn't you tell me that you shared my news with them the last time? I did. I sure did, ma'am. Oh, yeah, he did. The sinners each recovered from the initial shock of seeing them again. And soon their faces began to bloom with relieved smiles. Well, good to see that things haven't changed much around here. What? You were a bit lost and recently regained consciousness. Regained consciousness? You were in a coma?
What happened?
But welcome back. I'm glad you're okay.
Sod, we're so glad to see you're okay.
Tick-tock to you too.
Good to see your gears are turning just fine. Sod smiled with a familiar grin. She did not seem to have changed much since the last time we met, save for a few minor differences. Her outfit and her I was not dead, I was on a spree? What the fuck? What does that even mean? What does that mean? Her outfit and her badge, for example. Last I recall, you were promoted, yes? Allow me to congratulate you.
Yeah.
Or the hints of melancholy hanging from her smile and flickering in her eyes. Hey. I am merely congratulating her on a promotion and an offering of recognition of her excellent accomplishments. I don't see what your problem is here. But we all know the meaning of that promotion carries. Indeed, and it is very profound. After all, what meaning is there to a promotion attained without spilling some blood? You're a real piece of work. Let me ask you something then. If everyone behaves like you do around her, tiptoeing around the facts, keeping it hush-hush about what happened, where she's going to get the bare minimum of recognition and the consolation she deserves?
Hush-hush would have been nice. I've even overheard some of them whisper that I let my partner die just so I can snag a promotion. So, in that regard, I appreciate that, Otis. If we're being technical, I did die, except my brain was intact. Not even K-Corp's regenerative ampoules could have revived me if it wasn't.
Then, did Effie also?
Apparently they went right for Effie's head when they stabbed him with a prosthetic. According to the coroner's autopsy.
Okay, corpse amples, life insurance. Neither of them can revive someone with a damaged brain.
It is what it is. Anyway, let's not dwell on the depressing stuff.
We're here for some work. Let's get some work done. So let's talk about work. Okay, pilot? Yes, ma'am. Well, let's see here. Coincidentally, I happen to make friends with a lesser fellow who has ties to the Gia family, so I brought him over. Hey, is that everything? Yes, sir. Briefing over. Just as everyone was reeling stunned in silence at the least informative, least helpful briefing we've ever had the displeasure of sifting through, Ishmael was the first to catch herself. She looked up at Sod. Sod, can we rely on you for some elaboration here? The briefing was a good demonstration of the necessity of educating the 5 W's and the 1 H principle.
Looks like we have a lot to discuss once we get back, pilot.
Did I do something wrong? Shh, pilot buddy, just stop. You're digging yourself a deeper hole with every word. Gregor quickly leaned to warn Pilot, but it was likely too late. A nigh unnoticeable crease had already formed between Sod's brows.
Prior to commencing this high-priority operation, it was necessary for us to find individuals' connections to H-Corp. Soviet Preliminary Observation Unit were put to the task, and we managed to establish a connection with an individual.
Oh, someone from my family?
No, we tried, but your family proved to be a rather difficult nut to crack. However, as we were wasting our precious time with our leads, Pilot pursued an unconventional method to establish this connection. I really didn't hold back on compliments then, and this is how you... Our collaborator is a former employee of the Gia family. After leaving the family, he now runs a lodging business.
Then it is likely that he is far removed from the family politics, less motivation for him to attack us due to conflicting interests.
Yes, and according to Pilot's report, he still regards the Gia family positively.
How could I not, considering the blessings they have given me? An unfamiliar voice butted into the conversation as though to continue Sod's explanation.
I humbly present myself before the Fellowship of Young Master Bio.
Please call me Xingtao. He greeted us in a most polite fashion before bringing his hands together in an odd motion. Wouldn't it be Chi-Tao? Wait, what? Let me double check. Chi-Tao. Chi-Tao. I think it's Chi-Tao, because if you think of this like Chi-Chi, then it's Chi-Tao. Qingtao? Qingtao? I think this is Qingtao. Okay. Oh, is this how people greet each other here? Yep. It's called the Bao Kwang gesture, bringing fist and palm together to express respect and peace towards the receiver.
Aha! Knights greeted one another by shaking their hands in the same purpose. Forsooth, thou art indeed one possessed such chivalrous spirit.
Can't talk today. Ah, indeed. Much did I worry about the qualities of the people young master has surrounded himself with, but I see that he is in company of those wise in the ways of the West. I prostrate myself before the vast breadth of your knowledge. What grand generosity it is to open ajar the waterways of wisdom to quench my barren lands. Something feels familiar about this.
Nah, she's been getting less and less verbose with bootlicking these days. Not like this guy for sure.
That's true. He's kind of like, how should I put it? A bit much. What are you guys talking about?
Communicated only by the sound of a ticking clock.
This is something I had already known ahead of time yet. What a most curious exchange to behold in person. Brief this journey may be, yet I shall find myself thoroughly entertained in its entirety.
Maybe it's the subtle sprinkle of disrespect that reminds you of your usual flavor.
Wait, is this about me? You dare! Was that all the bootlicking she did supposed to be a source of pride for her or something? Oda shook her head with a clear distaste and strode towards me. We are nothing alike, Executive Manager. Never have I once said such empathy flattery in your presence, filled with nothing but hot air and superlatives. I'll leave the guidance of these back streets to him. Well, looks like this is where... Sod fell silent, her eyes lingering on Virgilius, who stood somewhat apart from the rest of us. So I finally get to meet the Red Gaze in the flesh. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Effie would have loved to have been here. Manager? Virgilius seemed to sense her lingering gaze and walked towards us after nodding slightly in her direction. Manager Sod, let's not make this any longer than it has to be. I'm not happy to be helping you with your business. I'd rather put this behind me as soon as possible. Oh, please. It is our historic first collaborative operation, isn't it? Can't you spare a little time with us? The guide's bud actually doing something? That guy? Yes. Unfortunately, LCC has her own business to take care of today, so I won't be accompanying the LCB this time, and the Red Gaze will be helping us out to get it done. Taking Neppy there. Vroom vroom. Maybe it's not that unfortunate. Now that I think about it, I feel like every mission with the LCB has always been an uphill battle to get anything done. Well, you see, back then we were. I'm just messing with you. I'm sure we'll have another chance to work together again. Boss, we don't got much time. Wait, before you go, I think you owe us some explanation, Virgilius. I will leave the details to Miss Faust. I'm quite busy. Very well. Virgilius turned around and left towards Mistopheles with an oddly disgruntled expression. Well then, I'll see you around. Next time I'll show you all. I'll show you that I can carry my own weight. You know. Oh boy. The last time we met, I was really so darn pathetic. Pilot, competence is shown through action, not words. Sod and Pilot gave us a light nod before following Virgilius. Some sinners opened their mouths to speak, hesitated, then closed them again. We let them go without a word. Perhaps we didn't know what we could say to not make this awkward farewell. Very well, please, this way. Or maybe we were simply mindful of this guy who was responsible for the quality of our stay. Gotta love the sweepers. We love the sweepers. Otis! Yes, Otis is so hot. She's still so hot. I'd let her bootlick me every day of the week.
Yeah, welcome, Brennan.
It is time to talk about a certain fun, amazing, cute game about cat girls! Have you heard of a cute cat girl game, chat? Do you know any cute cat girl games?
Well, there are a dime a dozen. However, finding quality ones, that's another thing altogether.
No. Should I be scared?
Maybe. Maybe. Well, there's a new cat girl game in town. It is called Omoneko. It is available on Steam, Ichito, and Jast, which is really cool because guess what? Jast doesn't normally carry English visual novels. That is so cool. And the visual novel was created by hobbyists, and 3 of those people helped make a very popular visual novel known as Karawa Shoujo. Hey, they were devs. It is very cinematic. There are 3 routes with the amazing Claudia, Pepper, and Shimmy. It has 3 routes with 10 different endings. There's absolutely no AI involved, and if you play it, you should definitely leave a review because it's totally cool, and that's what you should do. Oh, and I haven't told you the best part. It is absolutely free. Is this a sponsor? Yes, this is sponsored. I am being sponsored by Omoneko. You should definitely go check them out, and you should definitely go and say hi to them. Definitely play the game. Play their game. It's amazing. Which I'm definitely also gonna put that up there for because I totally forgot to do that. We are being sponsored by Omoneko.
The stream is sponsored by Omoneko.
Yeah, get your cat girls today.
You thought it as Monenko? No!
Omo Neko.
There's 3 cute cat girls. One's a blonde, tall hottie. There's a black-haired, shorter girl. She's kind of short. And then there's a dark-tanned hottie named Pepper. What about car boys? Car boys? Nah. We like them cat girls.
Oh, cat boys.
Cat boys? No cat boys in this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're still diagnosing scientific developments to make cat boys.
There's a common writer who is a car boy. But yeah, the stream is brought to you by Omoneko. Go check it out. You hate autocorrect. Don't hate autocorrect. Give it a kiss on the lips. Because without it, you probably spell many words incorrectly. You want to distort? Please give us more ads. I want to see more of those delicious ads.
No. Only a certain amount of sanity damage at a time.
Yeah, exactly. We gotta give you 30 minutes to recover from that. And then we'll hit you with another great one.
투입합니다.
Deep resentment ought to be washed away. Deep resentment ought to be washed away. For when the far ones come betwixt the burnt doors, shall stay a star, fall astray. Are you sure we're going the right way? I don't like the sound of these weird songs. The main streets are likely teeming with those seeking to bring harm to the young master. We must venture an alternative path. And like you said, there weren't any skirmishes once we made it deeper into the dark alleyways. The lack of foot traffic would normally be pretty unsettling, but I guess that's what is needed at this moment. There is an ad break. You remember Ricardo? Who doesn't? As for the song, it's a song that's become rather popular in the backstreets in the recent months. The lyrics are pretty ominous for a popular song. It's a song that's spread throughout the word of mouth. It sings of how the decimated Kong family. This is not the place to discuss such matters. I will share the tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. I didn't know there was a song like that. Is this the first time you've heard of it too, Honglu? He's a posh git from a posh family. I doubt he's ever set his precious feet in the back streets, so it's no wonder he's never heard of anything like it. I have been to the back streets before, but Heathcliff isn't wrong. I did spend most of my time in my room. That is precisely because you were the most treasured one of them all, young master. Much like how the jade of the greatest worth is to be cherished, prized, and hidden in the deepest depths of one's coffers where none shall reach. I'm like him. To a lesser degree, particularly as of late. So that guy used to work for the Gia family, huh? Do you know him, Honglu? Him? Young master, is there something on my face? Ah. Honglu stopped himself as though a thought flashed in his head and glanced quietly in my direction. Then, it's nothing. Shall we continue walking down this road? Indeed, humble as I may be, I'm very well versed in the roads of this area. Honglu shook his head as he casually changed the subject. It was as though he was trying to hide something we know from Qingtao. I cannot say this name. Should we be suspicious of something? He is a collaborator, but only a temporary one. A degree of caution would be advisable. Given pilots' clear inexperience and naivety, we would do well to remain suspicious of this character. Fosta noticed approached me as Hung Lu was nodding along and chatting amicably with our guide. Well, looking back at our journey so far, I think we learned our lesson about blindly trusting every collaborator we come across. With this growing mistrust in mind, I slowly made my distance from the guide before asking Foss the burning question. So what was that about back there with Virgilius? Something about him going off to help them out? The consequences of his actions at Wuthering Heights. Oh. His actions were a violation of one of the more important items in his contract with the company. He is simply taking responsibility for the breach of contract. I think back to the incident at the manor. It feels like such a long time ago now. Well, that's kind of a bummer. He really helped us out of a pickle. What? That's what they're dragging him away for? Is there a problem, honored guests? It's nothing, nothing at all. No problemo, right, Ryoshu? Shut up, idiot. Mersault, can you carry Heathcliff for a little bit? He's dead tired. It'll be done. Heathcliff, punched in the gut by the hilt of Ryoshu's sword, fell over right onto Mersault's welcoming shoulder. Ryota? You know, the kind of person I hate the most. The kind of dull people who can't read the room. Don't you feel the same way, Dante? Yup. I nodded enthusiastically, as something seemed to imply that she wasn't really asking me a question. I don't really think she was about to punch my lights out, but... Rhodey and Ryoshu judged correctly this time. Classified company information must not be discussed in the presence of an outsider. Reminds me of the time he got knocked out cold for a while because he kept asking questions without raising his hands. This guy just doesn't learn, huh? You successfully preserved the secrecy of classified information without spilling blood. I applaud this policy. I did good, didn't I? I'm just not a fan of how they're treating Heathcliff like dirt now. If it's no problemo, as you say, then that is well indeed. Yeah, I worry that it appears that the problem has found us anyway. I stopped and looked around, realizing that we're surrounded by a group of people wielding various weapons in their hands. What happened to finding us a safer path? It's likely that my guidance has indeed given us a much safer path away from the more obvious skirmishes. However, to my great regret, it appears that the more observant of our enemies have tracked us here. Damn it. Then what are you even here for? Isn't it your job to prevent this exact scenario? Let's leave the finger pointing for later. We're gonna have to take them all down. They must not be allowed to disseminate our current location. Exactly. Where are you sneaking off to, Mr. Qingtao? I must regrettably and humbly say that my talents in war are terribly lacking, so I intend to become scarce for the moment. Yet I have the utmost faith in the strength of our young master and the honored guests in overcoming this adversity, so... Qingtao was already standing so far away from the front lines that he was practically hiding behind me. Faust, anything you could tell us about these enemies? No, but a consultation with the Gesellschaft seems unnecessary if we are to determine whether negotiating with them is an option. They're coming. Mersault, wake Heathcliff up and set him down. It will be done. Hi, Marnie. It's 56 out of pocket. Jesus. I hope you have a better day.
Hello.
Do I remember Ricardo? Absolutely remember Ricardo. Ricardo is a beautiful man and I love that man. You once called out someone who's nagging you? Do you remember what autocorrect almost wrote instead? Oh no. I'm actually curious to see what it wrote. Or hear what it wrote. Yep, I went bleed. I'm going bleed comp. my sinking hair because I love the skin, and the skin is just better than any of his others, so. Oh.
이건
That's not a good
직원들에게
thing.
유리한 상황 같아요.
Hello.
이
Hartman
상황을
Syndicate, how
기술을
are you?
제압하는 데 이용할 수 있을지도.
나아가주게.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
엎드리도록 기적해 찾아졌지 않아. 겉에
Space.
추잡하네.
저기는 땅에 떨어졌네. 이제 우리를 누가 막겠는가? 대가리 딱 떼도.
How exactly did your correct replace it to be the N word? How many times have you typed it out? Literally? I'm curious about that.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어.
How does it accidentally almost write the wrong word? The really bad word.
실밥이 터졌나?
직전의 공격처럼 개체에게 치명적인 일격을 가해봅시다.
가족을 위해.
I love her dress. Oh, I love her so much. Ryu, she's so pretty.
개체에게 치명적인
Vincent?
손상을
No, I
입게
don't have Painter Man.
앞으로의 전투 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
I never pulled it.
적에게 치명상을 입혔더니
엎드리도록.
관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을
And I
가지고
definitely didn't have the
지금
shards to
제가
grab it
일어났어요.
last season.
저는 언제나 우리는 약한 겁니다.
승리로 이끌.
I'm saying to your love, I love Butterfly Man.
산소력 경혈
Butterfly
라샹.
Sang is my favorite.
방금 공격 다음에 제압 개체에게 큰 도움이 준 것 같아. 완벽한 한방, 완벽한
시원한 걸.
Hostiles in the immediate vicinity have been eliminated. A collaborator who'd been hiding far from the battle quickly ran up to our side as soon as the fight ended. Are you unhurt, young master? Yep, I'm totally fine. Of course, our honored guest's martial skills were all exceptionally brilliant, but, young master, your light was the brightest even among the incandescent. This humble servant could not hold back his tears as this wondrous sight. To witness such an excellent martial arts from none other than the young master himself. What an unexpected surprise. But don't the children of the Gia family undergo all kinds of strict training regimens from childhood? It was simply to my assumption that young master had ceased his trainings once he departed the family. Anyway, how do you think they tracked us down anyway? About that, it appears we weren't exactly tracked down. Perhaps it may be that the ilk who lurk in these parts of the back street recognize the young master's venerable countenance. I don't think my face is that well known. The family hierarchy evaluations are nigh. Every soul living in Hongyun must know the face of the young master who's loved by every elder of the family. It must be that they are under the assumption that you are carrying something of great value. Family hierarchy, huh? Didn't Jia Chun say something about the heirs back then? They all assumed wrong then. I didn't bring anything precious that the elders might be looking for. Young master, even now? I just couldn't care less about it, that's all. Besides, many of my siblings are much better fit to be the family hierarch than I am. That's... well, that is indeed a relief. A relief, is it? Well, but of course, It is a highly dangerous endeavor to partake in the hierarch evaluations, so it is of great relief to know that young master is not putting himself in unnecessary danger. I guess that could be a relief, sort of. Whew, now that we took them all down, there shouldn't be any more on the way, right?
Greg, can we not jinx ourselves for 1 second?
Why are you laughing, Ryushu? I'm now worried. Please do not concern yourselves any further. We will take a more clandestine path. I guarantee a safe and easy passage to our destination. I still have a hard time buying that. The lay of this place would constitute a perfect place to set up an ambush in most places, yet you claim this to be the safer path? Yet, I must ask you to place your faith in this humble servant, for Hongyun is not like most places. Fine, for now. Oda shut her eyes for a moment out of retorts, then turned to look at Ishmael. Hey, Ishmael, you must have a pamphlet of this place handy, don't you? No way, you're actually going to read it? Why else would I ask? No, I mean, how could I not be caught off guard after almost a whole year of getting brushed off by everyone every time I plead with them to read the damn pamphlets? Like hell, did no one think to? I will find my own intel if you're just going to ramble on and on with your grievances. Oh, okay, fine, here it is.
Let me see if they work. Headpads. Is this headpads? No, is this headpads? No. I have lost the headpads. They were this one. I have lost my headpads. That's fine. Otis opened the pamphlet and began intently glaring at its text as though she didn't want to miss even the smallest detail of information in there. Suspicion clear on her knitted brows.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
Lots of reading. Lots of reading today. We were on a desperate run, all the while fighting off hordes upon hordes of enemies. Oi, what happened to safe and easy passage? Explain this shit. It appears that the young master's radiant countenance was made known. I thought we were finding a more clandestine passage. How come we're getting jumped by even more enemies? As I have said, the young master's radiant. At least try to give a little variation to your excuses. I cannot so easily say that he is being untruthful, given the disjointed allegiance of the enemies attacking us. Otis played out with the pamphlet in her hand, clearly frustrated, but unable to establish anything concrete. For people without a clear allegiance to attack a member of the Gia family. It looks like everyone in the back streets has been getting pretty plucky while I was away. Back then, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of their faces. They'd all be on their hands and knees whenever we'd walk past. What a wonderful change. Oh, shove that wonderful change up your arse. You and bloody loon. How much longer till we get there? My Kazan is near. Calm your worries. Our guide seemed oddly calmer now than he did at the beginning of this journey. Did he really get numbed to all the violence that fast, or?
Speaking of which, what's all this? What's a Kazan? It's a term commonly used to refer to as taverns, inns, or equivalently places of lodging in this region. Lodging, huh? Like a hotel? It's gotta be pretty fancy then, huh? Do they serve like complimentary snacks and drinks like the warp train?
Not sure about that, but it seems like Kazans also serve alcohol and food alongside their lodging services. Maybe we can get a meal in there. And, hopefully we won't be attacked there like this. Residential non-aggression taboo. Any mutual acts of violence inside a residential building is, within this particular area and floor of Hong Yun, a taboo. A taboo we may most easy within then. I saw Fawcett's eyebrows slightly twitch as though she just had heard the most ridiculous thing, but I guess I'll ask her about that later. Man, it's good for some kind of family hierarchy or family head selection contest. Why couldn't they save this fighting until then? Because it would be too late. Wait, how? Every hierarch candidate must be brought incredibly precious treasures, or must have brought incredibly precious treasures with them. It'd be nice if they believed that their own treasure is the most precious of them all, but everyone's going to try and take each other's just to be sure. I see. Just in case someone else brought something even better than their own. And it might as well kill them too, for the sake of convenience. Is that how the folks in your family think? What kind of line of thinking is that? But other families didn't seem too different from mine. Damn. Deepest apologies for intruding upon this most enthralling conversation, however. We may be inviting even further trouble by dallying here. With that, the guide pulled out a watch to check the time. It will be nighttime soon. Oh, we need to go. We need to get going, bro.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사
When
카드로.
you're out too late, you get unwanted
대가리
guests.
딱 떼고
저희에게 유리한 상황입니다. 이대로 승리까지 이끌어가 보도록 하죠.
대가리 딱 떼고 꿰뚫려라.
How's everyone's evening going?
엎드리도
Oh, there's an ad break going on. Whoops.
That's one way to advertise.
방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을.
직전의 공격처럼 개체에게 치명적인 일격을 가해봅시다.
What'd you say, Q?
I said, well, that's one way to advertise.
What do you mean?
대가리 딱
Saying that
떼고
ad break. So like advertise more out of it.
Little Caesars! I want Little Caesars! Tara, buy me Little Caesars right now! You don't share that Little Caesars, I'ma eat you.
요리를 만드는 것만 내가 어버이보다 뛰어났지.
I want pea puffs. Those sound good. I'm stacked! I'm always stacked! Stacked to the brim!
Yeah, that's true.
Keela knows. What do you mean nose?
기념할 만한 치명상을 입혔군.
You making fun of my nose, Keela?
관리자님은 당신이 생각하는
No.
것보다 대단한 능력을
Yes!
가지고 있다고.
한표를
제가 늘
평균
말씀드렸죠.
I know.
No nose? You mean... What do you mean my no nose? I have a nose! Got a problem with my nose?
That nose? That does nose?
어떻게 하신 거죠?
Thank you!
깜짝 놀랐어요.
The brim of what? The clown factory? You know what? You wanna fight me? You wanna fight me? I'll fight you right now. Let's go. Let's go at it. I'll fight you right now.
완벽한
I'll
공격이었어.
freaking plap your ass. Plap it.
Yeah. Watch it when she swings around her boots can knock you over.
Stick 'em up. You stick 'em up. Speaking of plapping them, I can recommend some cute cat girls you can plap. Now that you're back from the ad break, welcome back.
I thought so.
It's a free and wonderful visual novel, so you probably would be very interested in it. It's called Omoneko. It's available on Stream, Ichito, and Just. It's a visual novel created by hobbyists. 3 of these people helped make Karawa Shoujo. They were devs. Super cool. It is super cinematic. It has 3 routes with 10 different endings. Has no AI. And best part, there's 3 cute cat girls. Claudia, Pepper, and Sheeny. Make sure to go check it out. It's super cute. Why is it not starting? There we go. Check it out right here. There you go. Yeah, 3! 3 cat girls. Not 1, not 2. 3. And there's 10 different endings. 10 different endings. Which means there's probably 3 in each route, but there's 1 extra ending. That's super secret.
I mean, it's just true. Now, be right back while you make this.
You gotta be here for the story! You can't just leave! You can't leave! What? She just left. Bro, she left me. She left me, bro. Bro, she left me. Fine, I guess you don't want the story then. Fine, Keela. Now, here we are. Is this the place? After running through the alleyway after alleyway, after turning corner after corner, we finally came across the site of several small buildings tightly built next to one another. The center of them all was a building, lit with red lamps, adorned with a door plate with complicated-looking letters scribbled all over it. This is shoddier than I expected. Hey, isn't this place a bit too trashy to house our precious young master? That is not our building. Please look this way to see where our honored guests will be staying for the night. I knew it. I heard so much from Honglu about the splendor, We followed Shintao's finger and arrived at a small warehouse of sorts, its exterior painted in black. That looks smaller than even Mistopheles. Can we all even fit in there? Hey, that place looks trashy as heck, even for us, let alone your young master. This is the nearest Kazan we could afford to stay in, at least among the ones that I manage. Yet, its location in the back streets heavily limits the level of decency I can afford. My deepest and sincerest apologies, young master. Don't worry. We can't always sleep in decent places. It looks fine for an overnight stay to me. Are you nuts? Can that thing even fit all of us in there? Much did I wish to guide the honored guests to the family mansion in the central zone. However, the time... Oh, the sweeping wave. That doesn't start at 3:13 in the morning? Doesn't that start at 3:13 in the morning? I feel like we got plenty of time to get there. Exactly, don't we have more than enough time to get to the family mansion? According to the H-Corp travel guide, the central area is only like an hour away from here. Has the honored guest traveled to District 8 before? Well, no, this is my first time here, but... Then one must ask how the honored guest could claim to have the full understanding of a place merely by flipping through a book when she hasn't to contend with it in person. Innumerable, unpredictable changes await this teeming jungle of buildings. The ever-shifting structures, the constantly changing paths, ambushes from foolish yet vicious syndicates or even offices of the back streets. Oh, we are beset by the dangers from all sides. Such a bold, flippant approach to predicting the phenomena of this place to court death. Even a toddler must know that. One fails to disguise his utter sorrow at the inadequacy of her wisdom. Is it just me, or are we all thinking back to Ishmael back at the Great Lake? Zip it, Dante. But if the guidebook lists a path, does it not imply that it is technically possible to reach there in time? Oda suddenly took a step forward. In her hand was the H-Corp travel pamphlet that Ishmael was talking about. I have faith that if our executive manager would lead us in your directionally challenged stead, they would be able to lead us to our destination before nightfall. Me? This does not appear to have been discussed beforehand. Very well, allow me to speak freely without frills. My responsibility is to bring the honored guest to the central zone, and to ensure the young master's safety.
It is indeed technically possible to reach the family mansion before the night in the back streets commences. Technically. Yet, not even one iota of danger to the young master shall be permitted. The mission that has been so graciously bestowed upon this humble servant is to not guide the young master with haste, but to guide him with the utmost safety. Aho! It is said that those engaging in strategies and plans must be wary of losing sight in their purpose. To stubbornly forge on is towards the family mansion of Liu of necessary intel to see when these mobs of assailants would end is to wrongly prioritize the journey over the destination. Oh, you. Wonderful, truly impressive. You have all the qualities of someone I would trust with my life when he was devising a stratagem. This is the most fitting attitude for those who genuinely wish the best for those they serve. Really? You're just gonna start going along with him all of a sudden? I have misunderstood your intentions, truly. They sparked my ear by comparing some of your choice words with my very own. Yet now my eyes have been opened to the honest loyalty that lies within your heart. This humble servant did not imagine in his wildest dreams that there would be someone who would understand the fathoms of his loyalty. It seems that the young master has certainly gained an eye for allies and fellowships. This is cause for much relief in my heart. Listen to him! This one who knows how to jest. They're basically best buds now, huh? I may have lost my cool there for a moment there. Anyway, this man speaks true. It is highly likely that we would be exposed to attacks of similar nature were we to continue moving at this time. She's just fully on his side now, isn't she? That's when I realized that she was looking in my direction. The exaggerated smile had all but completely faded from her face, replaced with an odd but dead serious expression. When our gaze locked, she nodded. She must be completely turned around by that guy. Is this her way of so long I'm gonna quit and go work with this guy now? Thanks for everything. And as for this hotel, it is still much better than sleeping in outdoor tent barracks. We should be able to relieve ourselves of some fatigue here before moving on. Did you not earlier insist on continuing our search for better accommodations with the greatest vehemence, Miss Otis? Yeah, whatever. You get your point. Let's go inside. Whew. My humblest self can only behold your generous acceptance of this insufficient lodging with the deepest gratitude. After that serious talk, the man seemed oddly relieved to hear our decision as he brought his fist and palm together. Architecture of today mustn't be judged with haste by merely an observation of their exterior. The interior may hold aught to be surprised of, worry not. With Rodian surrendered, wouldn't that be nice? We made our way into the building. Oh, this actually ain't so bad. It's clean in here. This place presents a rather classical aesthetic. The landscape paintings lining the walls give a rather sophisticated mood. And it's much more spacious inside than it looks from the outside. Did they use some kind of space expansion technology in here too? No, it seems that the building only appeared small due to the density of the structures in proximity. Well, the door is now open. Should my presence be required, I shall be in the small shed next to this building. Please do converse freely. The man smiled awkwardly and quietly excused himself as the excitement among the sinners began to grow. Meanwhile, Hung Lu stood a fair distance from the guide, quietly watching his face as he left. His expression was enigmatic, as if he were gazing upon the clouds, the flowers, or even the wind. Yet there was no light in those eyes. It was as if they beheld a storm cloud, a desolate field of wilted flowers and howling, destructive gale. Do you suspect something, Hung Lu? So I decided to ask. Not yet, but I don't think. Not yet, I don't think. Huh? Not yet? So, big brother. Something felt off to you too, huh? Oh! Shi-chun. That's when we caught a familiar voice. Wow, Shi-chun. It's you, and so soon, too.
Yeah, I told you I had a feeling we'd be seeing each other again very soon.
Have you been well, young master? I'm so glad to see that you're doing well, Mr. Wei. Oh wait, don't tell me you're staying here too, Shi-chun?
I normally wouldn't ever set foot in a place like this, but I ran into some kind large-scale construction on my way back to the family mansion. Had to come through to the back streets.
So we weren't the only ones troubled by that random construction site.
Oh! Hail to thee!
The confident look on Shichun's face was immediately replaced by that of alarm.
Did she lose her memories again? Is she with you?
No, Don Quixote is the same as always.
Ahem. Ahem. But she looks like such an airhead. Young Shichun, well, wouldst thou accompany me to the lounge but a moment, so that we may share a moment of catching up? Oh, yeah, actually, let's do that. Hold on.
Jia Xingchun seemed to hesitate for a moment, staring at Don Quixote after hearing her memories were intact, before walking right up to her.
I like that idea, shall we? Wait, why don't you go and find a room for me to stay in while I talk some things out with her? What? You wanted to do some catching up, right? Tis, Manager Esquire? Loss of critical personnel may be a cause for disciplinary action, don't it?
I don't think there's anything wrong with making friends, though. Looks like Shichun really likes Don Quixote if she's comfortable enough to tease her like that. It's not Don Quixote she likes. She obviously just wants Don Quixote's power she saw back then. My lady, this is hardly an appropriate place for.
Fine. I'll try again later. Go get some sleep. I'm heading in too.
Shichun sighed with a bit of disappointment before heading into the lobby. Well, let's head inside now. Sawai and the rest of the sinners followed her into the lodging. That's cute. I ship it. I ship Shichun and Don Quixote. I ship it. I ship it. That's cute. I ship it.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니
They're right there. That's cute. Look at them.
그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한
Hopefully we don't have to
꿈이니까.
fight them. That would suck. Everyone was busy looking around and commenting on various things in our lodging, but Sinclair appeared to be the most anxious of them all. Sinclair? Something in here stands out, like, imagine an ideal picture. Did you call? You know what? I ship it. This is the shipping arc.
Aw, I missed that jokey song.
That's not what I was... I'm not... anyways. Am I the only one who feels like something stands out like a sore thumb from the whole picture?
Oh yeah, glad you brought it up. I didn't say anything because I thought it was just me.
Rhodia. So what's off about this place?
Isn't it obvious? Where'd all the complimentary snacks go? What's that weird mystery table at the center of this room? Huh? That is kind of weird though. What's that table doing there?
Its saturated colors are quite the pleasant sight to behold.
So is
it any better in... What the hell is that hideous table? The kerfuffle, sparked by a particularly unsightly piece of indoor furniture, calmed somewhat once everyone made it inside the building. Of course, no one was able to discern the real purpose of that table yet. Every step on the floor leaves black residue on the shoes.
Not only the floor touching the walls leaves an unidentifiable black substance on one's fingers.
Not to mention how the walls ripple in odd fashion. What could possibly be the construction of the structure? Well, my guess is that the maintenance staff's been slacking. Maybe, but why is everything so neatly organized if that's the case? I've been in enough seedy establishments to tell when a place has gone a while without a tidy up. At least it appears that each room is furnished with a bed. While this is far from optimal, Executive Manager, we may be able to rest here.
Huh, I guess they really don't have the time to clean up.
Jia Shichun, the last person to walk in after having taken her time to examine the area outside the lobby, stared blankly around the room with an aghast expression.
I'm not even sure what to say to this ridiculous negligence.
Then found her room after leaving a scathing remark. It ain't the first time we're sauntering right into some shady business, ain't it? Let's just cross that bridge when we come to it, yeah? I guess anyone could tell that there was something definitely wrong about that guy. Some sinners, including Heathcliff, had already slumped into the floor, vociferously expressing their desire with a collective sigh of exhaustion. Well, it is pretty weird, but at least we have a roof over our heads.
In that case, Dante, perhaps this may be a good time to announce today's close of business.
Huh? I never made this announcement outside the bus before. Oh, right. I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners.
Understood. Thank you kindly. Starting now, you will all be given a maximum of 12 hours to partake in sleep and rest. The duration is subject to change. Have a good night.
As soon as she finished, the sinners each began to relax in their own ways, some stumbling into their rooms, while others lingered in to speculate over the bizarre table in the center of the room. Save for Otis, that is. Got something to say, Otis? Yes, Executive Manager. It's about our guide. Qingtao. Oh, your new best friend from earlier? Seems like you guys were getting along pretty well. What? That is simply untrue. Did you not see the signal I gave you earlier? What signal? Is she blushing? Oh, you mean when you nodded slightly in my direction? Indeed. That individual has informational advantage over us when it comes to this locale. Regardless of how it sounds, the accusations we came up with were he would have been able to explain them away using his familiarity with the region. I thought, as the party with an informal disadvantage, it would be wise to feign camaraderie and friendship with that individual and go along with their plan while trying to dig out as much intel as possible. I seriously thought that suspicious guy totally won you over. Executive Manager, I've been in this business for many years. How could you even imagine that I would be fooled by an amateur spy who's so overly It's nothing. Otis' disappointment was palpable, but she stopped herself as she remembered that there were more important matters at hand. While it is uncertain as to how long the individual will be accompanying us, it would be reasonable to speculate that he approached the LCCB with the explicit purpose of eliminating Honglu Jia Biaoyu. I present the fact that it was Pilot, that inexperienced greenhorn, who somehow conveniently came across this connection, as another evidence supporting the suspicion. That's also true.
Foss also has information to share.
Foss joined the conversation after listening to us discuss for some time.
A review of every known taboo has failed to identify one he called residential non-aggression taboo that universally prohibits acts of violence within residential areas.
Then that also has to be.
It is too early to come to conclusions regarding that matter. It appears that this area, Hongyun, has taboos that change depending on your location within its territories.
However, considering every other circumstantial evidence, we can come to the conclusion that he was most likely lying to us.
Your assessment cannot be denied.
In that case, we must be ready to be deep within the enemy's machinations. The constant stream of random assailants we faced earlier was also most likely part of their plan. It may be very well that this building itself is also a trap, yet we lack the intelligence about this particular backstreet to be certain. However, we do have one minor advantage. It seems that they have severely underestimated our capabilities given how low the caliber of the assailants they decide to send after us. The one thing we can capitalize on is that mutual lack of intel. Keep our guard up, remain alert, and we should be able to navigate our way out of this trap, Executive Manager. Okay, I get it now. I'm sorry about the misunderstanding, honestly. I didn't know who or what to trust. Then I would appreciate it if you could trust me fully next time. Otis bowed politely and returned to her room. Foss and I chatted a little more about Qingtao and his plans, but our discussion ended without bearing too much fruit. I need to get more water. I am out. And we're halfway through the chapter, so I think this is a good time to go grab water.
Neon! Hi, Neon! You've been noticed. Hello, Neon. Hi, Neon. How you doing? Let's go. What do you mean, let's go? Let's go. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. You're getting swifty with Lifty. What do you mean getting swifty with Lifty? What are you doing to Lifty? What are you doing to poor Lifty? What are you doing over there? Alright, I'm gonna quickly go grab some water. Please partake in chatting with amongst yourselves and behave. Taro, entertain them. It's up to you, Taro! Baggy. How is wait, did you say final exams? You got this, Baggy. Good luck with finals.
F student? What?
What F student? I'm not an F student. I'm a good student. I got plenty of straight A's.
Nah, you're not an F student. X to doubt.
Nah.
Alright, we continue onward. Witnessing. I hope we're not gonna have to fight anybody. But it looks like a story though. I realized that Hong Lu was missing as I was spending time chatting with the sinners. I did notice him going into his room. So I walked to the exit, about to look for Hong Lu outside, and ran into Jia Shichun and Wei, who decided to stay in the room close to the door.
It's getting late. Where are you going alone without a guard?
Oh, just looking for Hong Lu.
Right. I can't understand what you're saying.
Oh, right.
Hmm.
When it comes to conversing without the sinners, I find that there are two types of people. The first type unusually says whatever is on their mind without pausing for or caring to hear my reply. Given that this type of person isn't actually looking to communicate with me, that simplifies things a little on my end. However, it is oddly insulting as it seems though they don't recognize me as a human but rather a wall, or a clock on a wall. And on the other type is the one that reads me so well that they might actually well be able to hear what I'm saying. Virgilius falls into the latter category. He recognizes the pitches of my tics and talks. He reads my body language, or sometimes even claims to see my expressions, like how Don Quixote does. And Jia Shichun, who saw through me with that sort of short exchange.
Okay, let's see. Just looking to get some early morning air, or does your prosthetic head even have a respiratory function? Wouldn't have guessed from the way it looks. Did not belong in either category. No, not really. I'm looking for Hong Lu because I haven't seen him in a while. You're shaking your head, so no. Then are you looking for something to eat?
She's a new one. The type that tries to figure out what I'm saying without asking for help. My lady, would it not be wise to wake or find someone who may be able to translate?
They would have done that themselves if it were something important. I'm kind of curious though. What was that hand gesture you made when I first asked? You brought your index finger up towards your cheek. Baggy, you scared me! Good night, Baggy. Sleep well. Pat, 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 pat. You know what, Marty? Because of that... You know what? Because of that, no more boobs. No boobs. Goodbye, boobs. I'm an A+ student. No more boobs. No more boobs. No boobs. Boobs gone. Boobs deceased. Dead. Gone. Sliced off. Gone.
Well, Hong Lu's always smiling. So I thought maybe I could simulate his smile to convey that I'm looking for him. Perhaps it was an effort to express cuteness or beauty. What? What? No, I was just trying to express a smiling face. Oh no, this isn't going to be easy, is it? Huh?
They're tick-tocking a lot more vigorously. Hey, I think you're onto something.
This conversation was starting to veer into a completely unintended territory. After a bit of trial and error.
I see. You're looking for my big brother, huh?
We took some very roundabout ways, but I was eventually able to get her to understand what I was trying to say.
Well, if he's who you're looking for, that's easy. You should be able to find him by the lounge back there. I doubt he got very far from there, if he even left. So that's what you were trying so hard to communicate?
Jia Shichun was strangely enough disappointed and dispirited by my reply. I did have
something to tell you too, but never mind. I feel like the mood's been ruined. Let's talk about this another time.
I was curious, but would it also take ages to asked me how she's feeling, so I nodded to express my gratitude before heading back to the entrance, and found Hung Lu gazing at the hazy scene at the opaque window. What are you doing here? People watching. There were some people stumbling through the streets outside. As I stared outside the window at the scene, Hung Lu seemed to sense what I was thinking about began. Are you worried for me, Dante? Well, yeah, it's your turn, Hung Lu. It really is. I'm back at H Corp, and everyone's talking about the family hierarch selection. But you don't have to worry about me at all. Because I did not wish for anything from Limbus Company. Really? I'm not like Yi-sung. I'm not hiding my true feelings. No one gave me a wonderful promise like they would help me recover my torn and broken wings. I joined only to have some new experience, that's all. But we do know something's definitely going to happen, whatever it might be. Something that will shake you to your very core. Even if you didn't wish for anything, going through something like that could. Probably yes, but if it's okay, I'm used to being led by the will of others anyway. No matter what happens here, I can't do this like everyone else. Because that's how it always has, that's always been. Whatever happens to me, or those around me, I only... A loud boisterous bellow suddenly cut Hung Lu off even before he could finish his sentence. Oi, let go of me. Just listen to that sod talking and tell me I'm not supposed to get mad at that. Dang it, lower your voice. What are you guys doing back there? Gregor and Heathcliff, who were most likely hiding behind the entrance door, tumbled into view. I knew you shouldn't have come here with this guy. Couldn't you be patient for even a few minutes before bursting out of there? How long have you two been listening? From the very start, course. I thought he was finally making some sense at first, but what's that? That you're used to following others' will? I didn't mean to irk you, Heathcliff. I'm only telling the truth. Bloody hell, I'm about to burst a vessel. Oi, buggy bloke. Am I supposed to practice patience after listening to that drivel? I think I've practiced plenty of patience, despite you calling me buggy bloke out of nowhere, so yeah, you are. That's not what I meant. Finally, some silence. Anyway, sorry about listening in, fellas. I'll let you in on a big secret if you let this one slide, though. What's the secret? Gregor rubbed his arm awkwardly as I stared at him in silence, then pointed at a pillar in exaggerated motion. Guess who's hiding behind that pillar, Manager Bud? With that, two familiar figures stumbled out in view from behind the pillar. How could you betray us like that, Gregor? B-W-A-H-A. Bad, weak, and highly annoying. Good night, snooze fest, she says. Huh? Did I get that wrong? I never said G-N-S. When did you get a F-U? Ryushu looked at Sinclair with some interest before slicing open the ceiling above the entrance. And with an uncharacteristically wet noise for something cutting through a wall, a black ink-like substance dripped into the floor, followed by Ryota and Otis crashing down after it. G-T-F-O. What? Didn't realize I'd garnered such an audience for my story. Executive Manager, the sole reason I followed you out here was for the purpose of protection, as I was concerned for your safety. I am not like the others who have followed you merely to sate their curiosities.
Me? I was just bored.
Then, shall we continue the conversation, Dante? Everyone back to your rooms, now.
What do you mean? Sour creams! Welcome to the heavens. Nebula! Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. What do you mean, Tara? What do you mean by that?
Bring them back?
Nope. Nope. I get them straight A's. I get them straight A's, buddy. Pal. Friendo. Girly.
Ooh, we're fighting. Oh. Not everyone's here. Okay. This will be interesting. After that little kerfuffle, just as everyone was scattering to their rooms, Otis suddenly began to vehemently oppose leaving me all on my own. Are you absolutely certain, Executive Manager? Seriously, don't worry about it. I usually took the night watch on the bus anyway. That is true. However, we are currently in an uncharted territory for our team. We do not have much experience sleeping at a place where our safety isn't an absolute guarantee. Hey, we're literally right next door to them. It'll take less than 5 seconds for us to come over when something happens. Do you not know that every second matters in emergencies?
Now, babushka de camp. Let's get you out of here.
An oddly familiar sequence of events and words played out, and they eventually left my room, gently closing the door behind them. Finally, some peace and quiet. I sit on the corner of the bed, surrounded by silence, and allow my shoulders to slump for once. I don't even need sleep, like the sinners do, but the fatigue doesn't go away on its own. I needed some time to relax and empty my thoughts every once in a while. While I've gotten somewhat used to the pain, it still hurts like hell when I rewind the sinner's time. And the longer this journey got, the more frequent and severe the sinner's injuries became. They did get stronger, that's for sure, but so did our enemies, which means that my clock is always turning and turning without a moment to rest. So I think of the star. Before the great gates which I face with every revival, I witness its intricate engravings and feel its silent vibrations. Even after a whole year, I'm still no closer to understanding what they were supposed to represent. But by emptying my thoughts and just taking the sights, I find myself calming down. Also, the wind is quite cool and crisp tonight. Wait, that's weird. Wind? What's this sudden chill? Something opened the window, but there's no way this gentle breeze could have unlatched and left my window wide open like that. And if it did, it would have made a pretty loud noise. Besides, this chill isn't coming from the front of me. I slowly turn around to look at where the window was supposed to be, only to see a melted wall and an intruder slinking through this newfound opening. Who are you? As though driven by some unknown survival instinct, I rolled off the bed. But there was already a blade right at where my neck and head met. Its steel, a shearing cold. Just a little nudge, and I'd be dead even before I could make a tick. I remembered how worried Otis was to leave me alone. I thought she was just being paranoid. I should have trusted her judgment. Just as I was getting ready for my final struggle, my final moments filled with regret about not listening to Otis's advice. What a pathetically thin blade. Too delicate to have the clock CIH, don't you think? Ryushu leapt down from the ceiling and deflected the assailant's dagger away from me. Ryushu snuck in thinking I was about to see something interesting, but you're just some beast with steel. I looked up to the ceiling, torn open, dripping with vicious paint-like fluid, just as I saw earlier during my conversation with Hung Lu. Executive Manager, are you unharmed? And Otis peeking out from the gap. I, Otis, was the one who instructed Otis that the ceiling had a room to hide in. Remember that. Shut up and help me. Oh, I thought this was just some beast with steel. I could have cut this beast in half, sword and all, had I not been on the bus. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company, equally defanged and depowered, if you will. I suddenly recalled Hohenheim's commentary back at the LCEE. I had a vague notion of what he meant, but now I was really feeling it. NFW. What is happening? Just as Ryushu was struggling to stop that one blade, the intruder pulled out another dagger with their other arm and slashed at Ryushu's neck. Beast of a Haisho pack. The intruder would have cut her throat had Wei not burst through my door. Who wields you now? I don't suppose dialogue is an option. Light enters not the vast garden, yet falls a star into its fathom still. Ugh, no. The intruder reached into his clothes, muttering an odd invocation. Little shit. A talisman.
Wait, get it together!
My lady. Just as the intruder muttering began to grow intense, Jia leaped into my room and struck the stranger with her fan.
Are you going to let that bastard finish that stupid spell? They almost activated the Q-Corp talisman.
Apologies, my lady. It seems I still remain somewhat bound by that spell.
Listen, you're no longer a Heisho. You serve me now, got that? You don't have to let those things control you anymore.
Yes, my lady. My apologies. I fell limply to the bed with a sudden alleviation of stress and pressure.
Hey, are you... I can't understand them anyway.
I managed to stop the assassin before he laid a hand on them, fortunately.
Got it. I don't think there was anyone else in here. Let's switch the lights on.
Click. When the lights came on, we saw...
This one. This one's from a Mao branch, isn't it?
There was a black bamboo hat wearing assassin on the ground. The walls? The walls that appeared solid before we all went to sleep were now melting away as if they were a viscous fluid. There's something wrong with this building.
I knew that they must have done something to the building, but...
How is a Heisho here?
This whole operation's gotta be a spearhead by someone with real power. This isn't just an ambush from an overexcited family hierarch contestant. What I don't understand is, why the Mao branch? They're a better Heisho branch to use if they wanted to cut off the clock's head. And they must have all had different purpose, huh?
Correct. This one's from the Mao branch of the Heisho Prax, which means more of them must have infiltrated this building. Though not at the scale of this Shi branch. The Mao branch always moves in groups. Therefore, their goal must be to kill every guest staying in this Kazan, including you, my lady.
Then, we got to get moving. We can't let them surround us if we want to even a chance of surviving this.
Dante! Sinners burst into my room, slamming the door open again.
To the... Thank me later. If we don't move our asses, we're good as dead, Wei.
Yes.
We don't have the time to contact the main forces of our faction at the family mansion. You know what to do when we're at a numerical disadvantage, right?
It will be done, my lady. Jia and Wei immediately stormed out of the room as soon as they saw the sinners enter, and as though they'd been waiting in here for my protection. Don Quixote and Gregor stood red face on one edge. Mersault was covered in battle wounds, and Otis wore an inscrutable expression. I stand before you in shame, to have borrowed the hands of another to protect the executive manager. No, I should have listened to what you said. Extrapolation from the pattern by which the walls have disintegrated, it is likely that they utilized identical means of infiltration for each sinner. Oh, right. Were you attacked by bamboo-hatted assailants too? The ranks numbered many manager esquire, yet for how many of them there were, they were unsettlingly silent. Verily, we were almost... not almost. I saw on the way here that some of us did get killed, impaled straight through the gut. So what he said about fighting indoors was a taboo. Yes, a lie. How? How utterly cowardly and unjust of these vile curs to strike from the shadows. Alas, now is not the time to ruminate upon their villainy. Correct. Besides, there's more of them waiting to sink their blades into us.
Stop being horny and give me your mora.
No!
개체가 불리한 조건에 놓여 있습니다. 저희에게 어떤 식으로 활용하면 좋을지 딱 임하도록 하죠.
What are you bonking me for, Donjo?
자, 동료들이여, 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끊임하지 않는 도움을 향하여.
개체의 상태가 좋지 않아 보여. 이 틈을 파고들어서 완벽하게 제압시켜보자.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Time for violence? No!
어쩐 일로 진짜 도움이 되는 걸 같이 보셨네요. 승리로 이끌 이대로 몰아넣으시죠.
아파주마.
아류탄 속성열 80. 갈라지도록.
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
아류탄 속성열 80. 기도해라.
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래?
지원을 같이.
영상으로 남기면 다른
그대로
직원에게도
무너져.
도움이 될지도 몰라.
Now I want Pisha, Taro. Dang it. I want Pisha puffs. Yummy snacks.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다.
부디 정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
It's gonna be really interesting to see if they switch it on us.
저들도 내가 물을 싫어하는 극도로 기피하는 것이
대가리
있었군.
딱 떼고 입 밖으로 꺼내는 것도 매섭네. 꿰뚫려라.
Makes you curious about the hotel, like what it's made of. It looks like it's made of ink or something.
어떤 시간과 공간에 계시는 관리자님이 들을진 몰라도
I see like a
그때를
spell or
위해서
something.
미리
Conjure.
음원을 녹음해야 하는
Conjuration.
아 이것도 녹음되고 있는지는 미처 몰랐네요.
기도해라.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가할 뿐이다. 이것이 바로 정보의 힘입니다.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
당해야 할 고통.
That's stagger.
이건 직원들에게 유리한 상황 같아요. 이
떨거지는
상황을
잘라낸다.
개체를 제압하는 데 이용할 수 있을지도.
Stagger's about to go down.
뭐가 치워라.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
아류탄초 경멸 뜯겨라.
그래서 카론이 안전벨트 잘
What
알아고
has got
있잖아.
staggered too? Doesn't really matter. At the end of the day.
아류탄 속성열 80. 갈라지도록. 따뜻.
Gregor gets all his health
엄청난
back.
공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
Saya!
좋네요.
Saria! Oh my goodness, hi! No, you're cute. Yeah. Follow Saria. Saria's a cutie. If you don't follow her, I will spank you. How was your stream, Saria? What were you up to? Tell me all about it. Saria's adorable. Look at Saria. I'm not cute. Saria's cute. Saria cute. Saria cute. What do you mean Saria's not cute? Do you not like Saria, Nemo? Do you dislike Saria? We need to have a conversation about this. Following orders! Following orders! No! Saria's adorable! No! Legally, I cannot say the Saria is redacted. No! I will never leave Nemo alone. What are you up to today, though? Saria is cute. Saria is cute and sexy. You can be both. You can be both. B&B restroom? What do you mean restroom? Pee on me, I'm your toilet now. I mean, what? I didn't say anything. Nope, that said nothing. I think we're safe for now. Something tells me that they're not fighting us at full force. At least we routed them, so hopefully that means something. Oh, I forgot to say, if you need to, go use the bathroom as well, if you need to go eat, if you need to go sleep, guys, totally fine. I'm gonna be busy reading this story for a while, so if you wanna continue with me, that is all right by me. What do you mean unique first impression? I'm an amazing impressionist. Like, look at me. Look at me. Yeah, and Nemo Crad! Welcome to Heaven's Nebula! Yo! Welcome. Hello. I have a fun... Motherfucker. This is a good time to bring up something fun. Have you been looking for a new game to play? We'll talk about it after this. an amazing game with cat girls and cute ones at that. Their names are Claudia, Pepper, and Shimi. It's a free-to-play game that is available on Steam, Ichito, and Just. It is a visual novel that is created by hobbyists. 3 of those special hobbyists helped develop Karawa Shoujo. And there are 3 routes you could take, 10 different endings. It is super cinematic, awe-inspiring, and keeps you on the edge of your seat. Development. There's no AI involved in the making of it as well. All normal artists. And if you enjoy it, you should make sure to leave a like and look for awesome things like in the credits, because I totally might or might not be referenced in the credits or anything like that. But yeah, if you want to play a cute cat girl game, definitely check that out. Because this stream is being sponsored by them, so make sure to go check them out. You're okay by that. You're okay. Today's sponsor is brought to you by Omoneko. So make sure to go check them out. Y'all should definitely check it out. It's really cute, and it's got lots of loving, cute cat girls. Especially if you're looking for visual novels like Limbus Company. Back to the story. Something tells me that they're not fighting us at full force. At least we routed them, so hopefully that means something. Where'd Don Quixote go? Hark! For I am here! Don Quixote rushed into my room from the hallway outside. I had gone to SB if the other sinners had suffered as what we have. Verily, they were indeed targeted as well. Most defended themselves against the curse, and shall be here post-haste. Yet, not everyone survived, huh? Young Sinclair and Yisang. While it appears that they had arisen and battled, they were caught unaware by our foes. 'Tis likely that their demise came from soon tripping over each other's foot. How embarrassing. And young Heathcliff, Isn't that fella our resident mob fight expert? How'd they even get him? They didn't get me, mate. I'm as good as new. Heathcliff! What's got you so gobsmacked, lass? I recall a blade piercing young Heathcliff in the back of his head. Didst thou turn the clock for him already, Manager Esquire? No, not yet anyway. Blimey, so that's what this funny itch on the back of my head... Heathcliff reached up to rub the back of his head and then crumpled to the floor mid-sentence. Heathcliff's not breathing anymore, he's dead. How did he even manage to walk all the way over here with a hole in his head? Young Heathcliff! The other sinners are starting to gather, Manager. As pathetic as this force may be, we cannot spare any hands at the moment, Executive Manager. We must also join the others as soon as possible and assist them. There are sounds of altercations coming from the lobby. Gotcha. The clock turns as it always does. Sometime later. Whoa, please hold on a moment. You. I can still see some people inside the lobby, which was also in the bizarre process of melting away. Among them, I noticed Jia Shichun clashing against a figure wearing a bamboo hat. Going on the offense already, huh? How come a big shot in the control of a high show pack decided to come after small fries like us?
And behind the black bamboo hat wearing assassin stood. I see that you have tracked me down. So certain of your own safety, but my master has already prepared countermeasures. There stood Qingtao, our supposed collaborator who led us here, and Wei, who was threatening him with a sword. So, you were behind this. Ah, it's you. I sussed out that you'd be planning something like this, but you lacked the patience to pull it off. You're quite observant. I thought I had completely won you over. You must know that at H Corp there is but one path to survival and riches. Choose a family hire candidate and serve them with utter loyalty. But who in their right mind would serve young Master Bio? He who'd grown up with no hardship, he who doesn't possess even a speck of ambition. You shut your bloody mouth, yeah? And if you're rich, boy, oi, are you just gonna sit there and let that bloke talk shit right to your face? But he's right that I don't have any ambitions. Have you got no self-respect? What do you have anyway?
Okay, everyone, shut up for a second. He's obviously taunting you. Stop indulging him. Wei, speak.
I know that you have no means to wield a Haisho pack. So speak, which master did you choose to serve? Who controls them? Ah, so they are curious. Stay your sword, Silu. Another unfamiliar voice from the shadows. Young master, are you certain this is wise? Worry not, they're destined to be swept away by the morning dew anyway. The trajectory of their fates shall not alter course, were they to witness me. The voice soon reveals himself from the shadows, walking into the light with a casual, assured gait.
Huh, seriously? You?
I see your... Allow me to grace your ignoramuses with my exalted name. I am Yihua of the Shi family. You may know me as a very prominent candidate to throne the family hierarch. Dang, so Honglu doesn't even have any ambitions to become the hierarch. But probably to become the hierarch is to live a life of potential death.
관리
고래를
말뚝을 언제
형님과 눈그를 위해
닥쳐라 해파. 누굴 팰지 내가 정한다.
Prominent. But of course, I claimed control of a branch of the Haisho packs. While you were wasting your time out there searching for the river of immortality or whatever.
I don't even know where I'd begin to start to refute your brain-dead accusation. This is way beneath me. I don't even want to address you as my senior, either. So who is it, Big Brother Huan? Nah, I can't even imagine he'd be interested in someone like you.
What are you talking about?
I'm asking whose teat you've been suckling on to gain the control of the Mao branch, because we both know for sure that there's no way in hell you have the means to control them, right?
You little twerp.
Upon the night, look to Heaven's Nebula! Yeah, welcome. Are you sure you want to insult my height from where you're standing?
Master Hihua? Doesn't seem like the mastermind of this operation was actually anyone important. Agreed. I can tell just by the look at that traitor with the physiognomy of a deceiver. This is a waste of time. Hey Zilu, cut them all down. The mission was to assassinate them. To meet them in an open battle, to take the lives of the hierarch candidates was not what was agreed upon. What the blah blah blah, just shut up and do as you're told. I may fight to protect your life, yet I cannot do more. Heisho heeds no voices, but that the one who holds their leash. Looks like that you who doesn't even control these guys. There is an apt saying oft invoked in the East: a fox may pretend to the throne, but only with the blessing of the tiger. Shut up over there! Damn it, this Haisho pack is useless. Can't even get a simple job done. Master Yihua, the Haisho pack was here merely as a backup plan. Our true strategy involves... true. This is fine. I have other plans to sweep you all away.
This is the second time this individual has made an odd emphasis on variations of the word sweep.
What are you saying, that you bribed the sweepers or something? Oh, that's a yes.
While the reactions may appear suspicious, that suggestion is an almost absolute impossibility. The head is at the top of the sweeper's chain of command. In other words, only the head possesses the authority to command them.
Right, yeah, of course. Oh.
Moreover, they are prohibited from touching, let alone entering, any designated residential areas during the night of the back streets. This is a permanent, immutable taboo of the head, one of the very first to be introduced. The effort of going through a myriad of paperwork to ensure that Mephistopheles is recognized as a residential vehicle was ultimately to capitalize on this taboo.
Yes, it is exactly as you say. What a stupid question to ask, making me anxious out of nowhere. That soured the mood. Come, let us leave. I only intended to have them see my face after all. Too bad I won't even remember them in a few days once they all get swept away. Master Yihua? We best leave before any unnecessary words are said. Foss is right. These guys are acting way too suspicious to not have some scheme brewing back there. So overtly suspicious that I'm starting to wonder if they're trying to use reverse psychology on us into walking right into their trap. Well, when surrounded by nothing but uncertainties, there's a solution that usually works. Faust. Faust had intended to make this suggestion first, but it appears that you share the idea. Yep, so Otis. Yes, executive manager. We have 12 sinners, Jiashitun and Wei on our side. And I don't think the so-called Mao branch are willing to fight. Which means that we only have 3 enemies. Shi Yuhua, our guide, and Zilu, the assassin. We have numerical advantage, don't we? You always make the most accurate read of this battlefield. What's going on over there? What's that tick-tocking noise? Our former guide seemed to have figured out what our conversation was about because he took a few slow, careful steps away from Shi Yihua before bolting into the distance. I've been thinking this all day, but he sure is a fast runner. Oh. What is it, Honglu? Did you remember something? I did. I had a hard time recalling this because he isn't from my family. But I remember now. Your big brother, Yihua of the Shi family, right? Didn't that guy just announce that himself earlier? Anyway, Honglu, I'm going to get that guy and beat the motives out of him. Is that going to be okay with you? He's not from my family, but I'm sure big brother Yihua will be happy to answer your questions. Great. Another thing. As your commander, I should probably say something cool to start off the battle, right? Wow, that's going to be so cool. Like something straight out of a story. Otis said something like this once. That even if one side has the absolute advantage in battle, the commander's words may be the deciding factor to who wins and who loses. So I decided to borrow a few words from a book Honglu once lent me. It was a general who had said it, I believe. Destroy them all. You have a headache. Good night, Taro. Go lay down.
남은
well.
다들 집중해줘. 도움이 될 수 있을 거야.
I'd much rather not. I wonder what happens if I have her counter this. I'm gonna try it.
기대해.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는 운명입니다.
He's also faster than all of us. Oh, I'm gonna have to turn the clock. I probably didn't need a clock it there, but might as well. It's fine for now, I guess.
나아가주게. 편히 쉬시게.
That's gonna hurt. Hopefully we can stagger him before That was the counter, I think.
기적해 찾아잡지 않아.
저기 저 개체부터 처리하면 편할 것 같아요.
딱 떼고 엎드리고
Spink this boy.
하루 기다리는 건 못해. 100초만 기다려줄게.
나아가 주게.
가류 산초 경혈 육시 느껴라.
Whip that boy to shit. A strange tune crashes through the sound of this fierce battle. Is this electronic dance music? Something about it sounds familiar. Oh no. Oh no, please don't be Ricardo. Ah, no. No, 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 no. This is a bad dream. This is a bad dream. This is a really fucking bad dream. This is a bad fucking nightmare. Oh my fucking god. Nope. Nope. Not gonna click the next. Nope. 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 This is a bad dream. Nope. I'm gonna open my eyes and he's not gonna. He's gonna disappear. Nope. Okay. I'm closing my eyes. Nope. Nope. There. Ricardo ain't here. Nope. 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 Surely Ricardo is not standing in front of me. Oh, surely. Surely I won't open my eyes and Ricardo will still be standing there in front of me. Right? Motherfucker, he's still there. Ha! Finally. Thanks to the merry chase you've led me on, I have had to slid ever so slightly further into the world of the bristly. Let's see. Title 2, Section 11. Row C. The punishment for those who dare flee the middle's retribution begins by tearing their legs apart from their groin. I will make sure you suffer for all of my time you've wasted. What the fuck is that blighter doing here? The hell's wrong with you? You've been stalking us all along? Since when is chasing after a thief conflated with stalking? I'll have you know that I'm still banished from the world of the luscious thanks to you who dared pinch my hair coupons. What the hell? Where'd they come from?
You guys are just pissing people off left and right, aren't you?
Zilu, take him out. What an utterly insular fool. What did you say? Do you not know that man?
What's the middle doing here?
Ricardo, a big brother of the middle. The man who slaughtered the sinners like they were nothing. The man who almost forced me to self-destruct. Boss, don't tell me I gotta get ready for that again.
No, not yet. According to the evaluation data at the LCE, the sinner's powers have grown since their time at the Great Lake. Our chance of victory against this individual has risen to a meaningful degree to forfeit the battle before it even begins. But by how much? Enough to put our faith in the uncertainties.
Alrighty then, enough with the background noise. I don't know what your business is with these thieves, but I personally traveled all the way to the eastern part of the city because I simply must exact my vengeance against him with my 2 hands. I could have simply informed my brothers in the east and let them handle this, but that wouldn't do. I was determined to see this through to the end myself, even if it meant asking our great brother of the east for a favor. So you there, Hackpite and his cute mini entourage, get the hell out of my sight. The middle's book of vengeance comes first. Half pint. Ha! Keep babbling that fat lip of yours, minion of the fingers. You don't scare me with your cheap hairdo and that garnish as hell. Botched hair, botched dye job. You're an H-Corp turf now. I am. Oh, fuck. This guy has a death wish, doesn't he? Wow. Just wow. Bloody hell, mate. That's messed up. He's far too absorbed in his own foolishness to see he's walking into his own demise. Unexpectedly, Ricardo's face wasn't contorted with wrath, even after enduring that barrage of insults. Instead, he looked surprised. A moment of silence followed, during which he seemed to be absorbed in thought. Whew, impressive, you. You just set a new record. You are the current record holder for how fast can I get written up in Ricardo's Book of Vengeance. Challenge, boy. You did it in 15 seconds. With trembling hands, he reached down to grab his Book of Vengeance, opened it, and began to write something on the paper, slowly and deliberately, as though to make each stroke of pen count. Unfortunately, your audacity is terminal. I will rip your jaws apart myself as punishment. Boys, make sure this little band of thieves won't get away while I deal with this pipsqueak. Oh, what the hell is this asshole talking about? Hey, Zilu. Who the... Actually, I don't care. Stop me if you can. Effectively, immediately, the punishment for all involved parties and bystanders at the site of your crimes shall be complete and total extermination. I think we can slip away unnoticed in this mess. I don't think we've got much chance there. Ricardo practically rocketed towards Zilu and she, who were standing in a burst of speed. But his henchmen had already begun to slowly surround us as he ordered. Ready your weapons, everyone. Payback time for what happened at the Great Lake. Let's do this. Besides, I've got a score to settle with that son of a bitch.
너희도 이번 역경을 헤쳐나가기만 하면
Boy.
능력을
Round
기를 수
2,
있을
here
거야.
we go.
비록 그 과정에서 희생이 나올 수 있겠지만 내가 세피라로서 너희가 죽지 않도록 도와줄게.
죄인인가?
따뜻한 피. 지금이다. 해골바가지 거미 대가리.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가보자.
실밥이 터졌나?
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르게크인가도 이건 인정할걸?
Well, this chapter definitely took a turn that I did not expect.
나아가주게.
하류 산초 경혈 육수 찢겨라.
I did not expect to see Ricardo again.
기우팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
직전의 공격처럼 대체에게 치명적인 일격을 가해봅시다.
Bye-bye.
와, 엄청난
Next
공격이었어.
round. There was an explosive noise from a distance, and moments later, Ricardo landed before us with a boom. I heard that the Hisho of the East were a tough bunch, but that lady was something else. So why did a woman like that suddenly split from a fight? Not my problem, I guess. She's getting written down in the book, too. Time to take care of what I really came here for. Get ready for a beatdown coup on thieves. Oh, he's got goons this time with him. Who the fuck is this cutie?
카론 기분 나빠.
Little brother Werner. Interesting. He's cute. shadow. Must be some vines.
나아가주게.
So I'm into that look? No, he's just cute. I like Yi-sung. If you're talking about type, I like Yi-sung the best. I'm just saying he's cute. My type is Yi-sung type. Yi-sung's like in the background. Right there. Bind these men.
지겹고 이 몸이 직접 손봐야겠는데.
방금 본거
Swimmer burst.
다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시
Oh, boy.
해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면
Damn, we already
다른
freaking knocked him halfway down.
지방에게도 몰라.
That's great. Jesus. Is that like a... I need to counter that somehow. This would be okay if I can't. Wait, unopposed. Oh, she can't. That's gonna be a pain. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna try and get extra hits on him. I'm gonna have her counter it, I guess.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
I mean, he is depressed. He's got every reason to be depressed. My boy is in, like, deep depression mode. Oh. Wait, she lost? Well, that was unexpected. That's fearsome.
무거운 것이 가득 찰 것만 같은 기분이야.
Another pain. Another Garmshin can beat that. Oh boy. I need you to beat this girl. You don't, we're fucked.
대가리 딱 떼도 아류탄초 경연 역시 느껴라.
작은 나비의 날개라니까. 이곳에
보셨던 건 뭐가 쏘라.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게 일격을 가했군. 이것이 바로 정보의
Good job. Good job.
언제나 추워할 수는 없으니까.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
Nevermind.
참고로 기계는 이력을 말고 함께 하지 않는다.
남은 가족들을
개체들이 예측하기 힘든 작전을 펼치려는 듯하군요. 주위에서 관찰을
bad.
지속해 주십시오.
총원 불격. 가면은 실제로 죽여. 전열을 지켜라. 선원들
대상이 특수한
나를
공격을
보호해라.
하려나 봐.
I want to try and get that dude down. Get rid of one person so I can focus on Ricardo less. Pain.
대가리 딱 떼고
영원히 잠겨.
One down.
부족해 찾아갔지 않아. 아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그러니 네 발목을 잘라버리면
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
정화. 저놈을 추적해.
피날레를 시작하자. 완벽한 한방. 시원한걸? 곧 위험한 공격이 찾아올 거예요. 대처하실 수 있죠?
Pain.
총원 돌격.
균형을 잃은 게 아니야. 세게 후려치려고 비웃뚱거린 거지.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게 해주세요. 나는 이스마엘이다. 지금이다. 대골바가지 거미 대가리. 자!
적확한 한압이었어.
That was a pain. That was so bad. Oh god. Wait! A shout cuts across the battlefield just as the sudden appearance of Ricardo was making things incredibly more difficult for us. Huh? Didn't that guy split? What's he doing here, laughing his butt off? You finally lost the plot, eh? Failed plan after failed plan takes a toll, I suppose. Oh, maybe that was too much. But I mean, how could I not laugh, right? When after all that, everything comes together perfectly according to my plan. You hear this too, don't you? The sound of the city, the sound of the back streets. Don't you hear the sound of crashing waves? Waves? When the sound of the battle came to a stop with a sudden shout, we suddenly began to notice the low, crawling sound of omen that had been swirling under the commotion. Something's melting, regurgitating, or perhaps boiling over. If not, it's seeping, it's siphoning, it's a trace that was at once living and dead. Crashing and breaking, devoid of any recognizable stops, this lines between where it begins and ends blurred, yes, like waves. Current time is 03:21 hours. Then it's too late. The night in the back streets. We've never been outside the bus at this hour, have we?
It was past 4 in the morning when we briefly set foot in the outskirts, so no, we have. This would have been our second time. Though it must be noted that at the time of day was not a matter of concern then, as we are in the outskirts.
They're finally getting all swept away like trash. Oh, how I've waited for this moment. What's he on about? You can't possibly be thinking that the sweepers somehow break the taboo to help you.
Still missing the point, botched purple dye job?
See, let us leave the promised location.
Huh? Did he actually scamper all the way here just to gloat at us and run away?
Indeed, Shi-Yuho gloated at us with a confident boast as though he was finally ready to face us, only to turn tail again with an unmistakable look of relief. I don't get it. Does he actually believe that the sweepers will help him? Lost?
Indeed, sweepers do not invade residential areas, however.
What if what we're standing in isn't actually a residential area?
What are y'all talking about? Look, this place got walls, beds, bedding, and I guess the walls felt weirdly mushy and melting.
It wasn't just Ryota who realized what was going on. The other sitters all began to look around in confusion as well. The walls of the Kazan had all but melted away, leaving nothing behind. As though the place we slept in the night was but a house and a painting. Our realization came too late, as the wave-like noise from earlier had already encroached right up to where we were. And unlike the other times, when they'd simply part around the bus, they cut straight into the remains of our lodging. 4 5 1 2 4 1 1 1 5 5 5 2 3 2 2 0 0 3 3 3 5 1 1 4 9 5 4 1 7 2 3. What's going on? What? Why? They're there. This is ridiculous. Sweepers, how dare they break the taboo so brazenly? Looks like I'll be facing the waves tonight. Why do you sound excited about this? I mean, we've got to... Let's make some things clear. It's clear that if we do nothing but stand around, they'll sweep us all away. 4 1 5 1 9 1 9 7 7 2. Damn it. We have to make our stand here. They're so dead. Oh my god.
착각하지 마라. 해파 거.
The fun
내 놈들
picture.
덕분에 내가 강해진 게
Enjoy.
아니다. 내가
Oh,
강하게
Lord.
내 놈들을
Sweats nervously.
가자. 죽이라.
What the fuck? What the fuck is going on?
싸움을 기대하겠어.
괜찮은 공격.
I can't even see the fight. What is happening?
기대해.
I can't even see the dude's HP, bro.
개체가 유리한 조건에 놓여 있는 것 같은데.
It looks like 3
더
waves. That won't be
꼼꼼히
too hard.
관찰해 보도록 하죠.
섬세하게.
Hello, welcome, Sergeant Barry. Sergeant Barry. You have no idea who I am? I am Clover Shikamori. I am a succubus dragon.
긍정적인 환경에 놓여
Hello. Hello.
관리자님이 이
You
기회를
may
잘
call me
활용하길
Clover.
기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는
We are
운명이니까요.
playing Limbus, as you can see.
And Peak is great.
We love Peak.
나아가주게.
Peak content.
산초류 경을 모은 라샹.
Marnie's punishment has
끝을 낼 시간이다.
gone away.
개체에게 치명적인 손상을 입히는 데 성공했습니다. 앞으로의 전투도 이대로만 부탁드리겠습니다.
부족해 찾아졌지 않아.
엄청난 공격이었어.
기념할 만한 걸.
훌륭. 이후 특별히 정말 이거.
We're spinking.
Wait! Oh, the sister's here! I just noticed her. I was like, I noticed someone extra fighting, and I was like, wait. Wait, I know. I was like, wait a second. We know that girl. What's she doing here? I thought she left.
나아가주게.
I thought she was gone a while ago.
대성공이야. 다른 신이야. 노래 부를까?
I was used to being up to date. Guess something happened after Contest 6 and you couldn't stream.
공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게
I got
다른
Hooked on
집안에게도
commission.
도움이 되지.
Booked on commission, so yeah, I'm a little behind. Booked on commissions in other games, like Chernobyl.
개체 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
And then I forgot to keep up to date with this game. I kind of
나아가주게.
forgot about the events going on with this game.
지금이다. 해골바가 어미 대가리.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다.
I'm trying to catch up
제가 늘
though.
말씀드렸죠.
I'll be playing Limbus Company again
저는
later this
언제나
week, so
노력부터 한답니다.
I'm thinking either
산초류 경을 모은 라샹.
Tuesday or when. I don't know. It'll probably
완벽한
be
한 발.
when I get more stamina.
시원한걸?
When I recharge all my stamina again. So later in the week. Probably Thursday, most likely. Because I keep forgetting if it's Tuesday or Wednesday to do maintenance for Limbus Company.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
What the fuck is happening now? Oh, more sweepers.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다.
승리를 이끌
샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Is he? Oh shit, he is! That's funny. When we all gotta survive. No, everyone's just gotta take sides. Oh, she's not doing good.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아.
I have a bad feeling the sister's gonna die here, bro.
완벽한 공격이었어.
Where's her bodyguard? Oh, that's bad. Stop attacking her. Leave her alone.
성공했습니다.
She's done nothing to you.
샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만
Yeah, sure, she's standing in front of you, but that doesn't mean that you can just slap her.
모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
능력이 약점이었겠죠?
빠이빠이.
승기를 딱한 번 먹었어. 추잡하네.
Captain Haley, the sweeper. Not Harry is just so hot, bro.
수학은 모든 시선을 이끌리지. 이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다. 기원을 갖지는 그대로 무너져. 기원을 갖지는 그대로 무너져.
최고의 선택이었어. 관리자.
승리로 이끌.
피날레를 시작하자.
효율적인 것처럼 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 상대로 이제는 입에 달린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
방금 전엔 굉장했다고. 베르긴가도 이건 인정할걸?
This is a lot of sweepers at night. Jesus Christ. No wonder why the back streets are clean with no people. Like, no wonder. They just keep on coming. How is Dante staying safe in all of this? Like, realistically, how would Dante stay safe in this? Can't even fight.
한번 휘두른 걸로 이렇게 나? 완전 멋있는걸?
You'd wish there were this many night sweepers in IRL. Literally. Then everyone would be like safe and have a roof over their head every night, at the very least.
Wave 2 complete. Wave 3 incoming.
The battle was long and grueling. Even Ricardo and his henchmen appeared visibly exhausted after the second wave. Big bro, we messed up. We should have never put you through this trouble in the first place. Don't worry about it, kid. You've taken a brother who came all the way from the south and guided him safely through the labyrinth that is H-Corp. I'd say you've done more than enough. No one could have expected that we'd be fighting the sweepers, of all things. We were able to withstand the sweepers, enemies that could give even the middle trouble. Practice makes perfect, and perfection makes an expert, huh? Guess Hunglo wasn't too off the mark. Man, if we would have been long swept away by the horde if we were still new at this. Ishmael, who was taking this brief downtime to check the sharpness of her harpoon, was right. We've been through something like this before, fighting against an endless horde of enemies, long battles of attrition. It wasn't new. And that very experience was definitely an edge we had against these enemies. Of course. Can we even handle the third wave at this rate? There's no choice but to withstand it. Nothing was certain just yet. We still had the third wave to survive. I'll carry out your sentences as soon as we survive the third wave. Even when we're all basically in the same boat, that guy just can't help but have it out for us, huh? Why would I ever? Gah! The third wave begins, and with it, the buildings suddenly begin to shift violently. What? Hold on, what's going on? The buildings are shifting. What's happening? I remember asking all of you guys to read the damn pamphlets. Buildings inside H course shift every once in a while. I didn't know it would be like this, but still. Fortunately, it doesn't seem that the building we're in is shifting by much, Executive Manager. As soon as Otis finished, an errant building suddenly jutted violently from the ground, rising in a diagonal burst and struck Ricardo square in the chest, sending him blasting off into the skyline. That's him right there, I think. That's one of these. Oh no, that's a sweeper. That's a sweeper. I don't see him. He's one of them, I guess. Oh. Damn you, mark my words! This is also going in the books! Ricardo wasn't the only one that got practically punched by a building. Big bro! The henchmen of the middle, who had formed a defensive square to withstand the waves, were blasting off in all directions. Or maybe they were falling? I wasn't sure anymore. What is happening? The movement of the buildings has significantly reduced the enemy population in this area, Dante. This is an opportunity. Ha! Now that those irritating bastards are off our backs, I think this is definitely more doable now. I can feel the spirit rising among the sinners. Come on, let's do this. We've done this kind of fight 1,000 times. We're just gonna see buildings shooting off in the distance. That'd be funny to see.
전에는 굉장했다고. 베르겔 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸? 대가는 딱 떼도.
Ricardo needs to chill. With the damn hair coupons.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
지금이다. 대골바가지 거미 대가리. 자!
Oh my god, she's about to die, bro. Probably about to go down there soon in a minute to heal everybody.
실밥이 터졌나?
조금만 더 힘내자. 이제 정말 개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
죄인인가?
피날레를 시작하자.
And she healed back all of her HP, basically.
올바른 방법으로 개체에게
Kind of gives you PTSD. Nah, literally, bro. I understand that feeling. I get PTSD from him as well. He's a madman. But I was able to beat him, if I remember correctly. It took a while, but I was able to do it. Pain.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아?
Very painful
이
chapter,
기세로
but I
계속
remember.
나아가보자.
That's a very toxic chapter.
고해하게.
꿰뚫려라.
Wonderful choice.
편히 쉬시. 잠든 그대를
지원을 갖지. 제대로 무너져. 아무것도 아닙니다.
Survived. Was that the last of them? Current time is 424 hours. About 10 minutes until night and the backstreet ends. But we can relax now, given that we survived the third wave.
The buildings are also no longer shifting. Stability has been restored.
We did it, Executive Manager. Bloody hell, finally. The sinners all collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. There was a Kazan here, but it's gone now, despite the fact that we haven't moved at all from our initial positions. There wasn't even a trace having it been here. We realized that we'd been relocated on top of a roof, as though we had all just awakened from the dream of sleeping in a building that never even existed. That was one hell of a battle, man. I thought I was done for. This is killing me. I don't know if we could have survived that if that hair-obsessed loon wasn't here to draw some of them away. Guess we got something to thank him for. So that's all they've got in a head-on battle.
Art thou acquainted with these foes, young Ryushu?
OFC. I've heard of them.
Their scent of blood 'twas faint, but it cannot be. No. 'Twould be best to not linger over long on this thought.
Why not? Dig deeper.
Letting ephemeral inspiration slip through your fingers is the death of creativity.
I said I won't linger on it. Don't rush me. Whatever. How uninspiring. Guys, now's not the time to bicker. Ryushu and Don Quixote's words were indeed unnerving, but we have plenty of time to discuss that once we return to the bus. If we can return in one piece. Shihua. I'll be frank, that was impressive. I thought for sure you'd have been long swept away by now. Shihua, who must have been waiting somewhere nearby to watch us die, because it did not take long for him to reappear before us. Perhaps they agreed upon a new deal while they were fending off the waves of sweepers. The Mao branch and Zilu both were both approaching us at an intimidating gait that contrasted with their earlier passivity. Damn it. Executive Manager, we've had too many high-risk, high-fatigue battles in succession. I hate to offer such a disloyal advice, but it may be wise to avoid this battle at all costs. That don't seem like an option to me. I look around. Most of the sinners were either dead, trampled, and chopped up to small, unrecognizable pieces. They were barely holding on at best. I can bring them back, I always do. But when they've completely surrounded us, I don't know if I can bring them back in time to protect me. They might just cut the sinners down as soon as they get back up. Well, this wasn't well within my predictions. I can simply finish off anyone that hasn't been swept away. Now, a stage is set for my ascension. For the next 10 minutes, no sweeper, let alone anyone, is coming here. You know why? Because who in their right mind would leave their homes when the night in the back streets is still ongoing? And looks like even that annoying idiot from the middle's been taken care of too. Somehow. You, how much of this was your plan? How much, you ask? The whole thing, of course. All the way back to that construction site that blocked your path. The one who deceived that unscrupulous fool of your company? It was me. The one who put the pitiful Qingtao, who doesn't even have a family name, with you? It was me. The one who contracted the Triax's office to challenge you for a duel? It was me. And guess who it was that relayed your real-time location to all kinds of forces in the district? Yes, it was me. And this trashy lodging without a residential permit? All devised by none other than yours truly using Q-Corp's technology. I see. Oh, it's so good. It was so good, wasn't it? A perfect strategy. What did you think? Aren't I great? Aren't I so utterly clever? This is exactly why I deserve to be the next family high. A folly to speak those words. An unfamiliar voice echoed from the dark. There was neither animosity nor hospitality, only serenity and nothing else. The speaker approached us, walking under the narrow ray of moonlight that shone between the shifted buildings. In his hand was a decapitated head illuminated by the pale light. Blood dribbles down from the severed neck, and the wide-open eyes remain frozen in its final moments, filled with utter terror. He walks towards us, step with the drip of blood. It can't be Gia Q? Gia Chu? I knew Yiho was working for someone. It was him. Why do you have Qing Tao's head? I have brought back the wayward pet to his master, that it may once again be leashed. There's a serpent, my lord. Leave it. We may need it shooed away. What? You had loaned the Heisho pack so that you may simply get in their way, no more. I see. Was there a sudden change of heart once you held the leash in your hand? That to return to the She-side family would be to your benefit? No. You knew everything all along? What? I must ask, is everything to you? Your vision is too limited for my lord's wisdom to comprehend. The wise fails to peer through the narrow-sighted eyes of the fool. But if by everything you refer to how you feigned abandonment from the She family to secure my lord's trust, indeed, it could be said that we do know everything. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I will share with you my most guarded secrets. At the She family, right, the 10 blades of the east, yes, the... But Yiho could speak no more. For a serpentine blade struck the Umbra and separated his head from his torso with ease. Little Yiho, I have warned you time and time again to guard your tongue against the creeping desperation. I believe that we have gathered intelligence we had hoped to collect, my lord. You needn't pursue the serpents either. His violence boomed as he commanded those who appear to be his officers. The tall-built man took a ponderous step from the shadows and stood before us. With an enigmatic expression, he wordlessly looked at Yihua's decapitated head, now lying on the ground, then at us. It was as though he was gazing upon the clouds, or blades of grass. I shall take them with me. He picked up Yihua's decapitated head before gesturing at his officer with a nod. Here it is, my lord. Wrap their heads in stasis wraps, and decomposition won't set in any time soon. And with those bandages, he begins to wrap them up in a practiced motion. He does not pay us any heed, as though we weren't even worth the attention. Return to me once you are finished here. Yes, my lord.
Oh, hold on. You can't just show up out of nowhere and...
He did not reply, his eyes gazing, yet reflecting nothing but hollow emptiness. And just as he had emerged from the darkness, he vanished into the shadows, carrying 2 decapitated heads.
I'm unstable.
That was... Whew, that's a chapter.
피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게
There's a key! You're back! Where'd you go? You've been gone for like hours!
Yeah, that's true.
Where'd you go?
Starting to feel back up.
You okay?
Yeah, just... I don't know. Really itchy.
Did you apply Neosporin and stuff?
Yeah.
Kiss me, baby bunny. That's my bunny. Yeah. The bun. The bun. Bunny, have you played any games recently?
Oh. Kind of not.
Are you looking forward to playing any new games?
I feel like I need a new game to beat.
You need a new game to beat? Well, I can recommend to you Omoneko. Today's sponsor. It is amazing. It is an amazing visual novel with cute cat girls. Their names are Claudia, Shimi, and Pepper. The game is available for free on Steam, Ichito, and Joust. It is a visual novel created by hobbyists. 3 of those people helped make Karawa Shoujo. It is cinematic, has deep, awe-inspiring stories with 10 different endings, with 3 different routes. The artists involved, there was no AI involved, there is no... All were done by the hands of hard workers. And if you end up playing the game, you should definitely leave a like and a review. You should definitely go check out Omoneko. Omoneko is free and fun. Definitely recommend it. You can see some really cute cat girls. Would you play Kilo?
Yeah, I love my cat girls.
You like cat girls?
I would fuck Claudia. I mean, what?
Gonna have to skip them then.
Skibbity.
Alright. Things weren't looking any better. I could instinctively tell that they were different from anyone or anything we'd faced in Hongyeon so far. I don't suppose our Lord left them alive for us to slay them. Then perhaps it would be apt that I introduce myself, as it is common courtesy to do so. Call me Xingong. I am but a humble student of my Lord, Master Chu's teachings. My Lord, Master Chu. Somehow, I was reminded of the discussion Xingtao refused to finish. For when the far one comes, betwixt the burnt doors shall star fall astray. As for the song, it's a song that becomes rather popular in the back streets in the recent months. This is not a place to discuss such matters. I will share the tale in a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Name's Dante. I'm their manager. I decided to speak of struggling through the pressure. I instinctively knew that we had to find out as much as I could about that man from earlier. They introduced themselves as Manager Dante. I see. Your candidness is appreciated. Zilu, withdraw the Mao. It seems that we need not contend with them at the moment. Very well. It seems that they had the very same thought about us. Now, is that sufficient proof of our intent to engage in a brief discourse? To discuss some matters with you, to mark a courtly ending to this encounter, should be a benefit to us for the prospects of our future. So ask away, as they say.
So...
That's when Jie Shichun stepped forward after having retreated from the domineering presence.
So that's what those suspicious songs I heard in the back streets were about. It's about you guys, wasn't it? So are those lyrics true?
Ah, so that's what you wish to know. Shichun of the Jia family. It is said that you possess talent to retort, yet walk the path beclouded by concern and anxiety. Truly, your insignificance precludes your part in greatness.
Wait, don't speak for me. I would have been the first to say anything if I thought she was wrong. Yes, my lady.
Oh, yes, my lady.
Shiwa, you're the one who sent him after us, right?
Close, yet not exact. He was an agent of the Shi family, sent to spy on my lord's doings. I had bestowed him control of a Heisho pack, for we had found his conduct shallow, and saw a means of learning more of the Shi family's machinations. Yet it seems that once granted power, the boy mistook himself for a man with the wherewithal to represent the Shi family.
So you used him.
Just as he sought to use us, though he was quite shallow in his strategy compared to our own.
So what now? I don't think you're looking to kill us, right?
Now nothing. Do whatever it is that you had sought to accomplish here.
You're letting You're letting two of your master's rivals go just like that?
What a strange thing to say. Look around as I might. I fail to see any rivals here. Then, why did you order Yihua to attack us? You said it yourself. We're not even your rivals. The manager inquires why you commanded Yihua to carry out this assault against Limbus Company. They fear, yet they seek to gain understanding through that fear. Yet they remain wanting in a certain perspicacity. My lord has always said that if one learns not from a plight, then no discourse with them shall bear fruit. Instead of giving me straight answers, Xingong left me with only a puzzling comment before she brushed past me. Or us. I have given you courtesy enough. This is a good time for us to depart. Now, do stay nicely within your borders, as you have remained there thus far. I would greatly despise an odd splash of ink marring the great painting. Hey, Katsuro!
Clover and Keely, you licky us? No! No licky us, Pop! Penny! No licking us. No licking us, Mousy.
With that, Zigong walked into the shadows cast beneath the forest of buildings. Zilu and the countless Haisho that had surrounded us also disappeared with them. Finally. I looked around just in time to see Otis collapse while the rest of the sinners lay dead or barely clinging to life. And there was Ji Shi-chun, who had collapsed to the floor as well. Who was tending to her wounds. And me, who somehow survived through all that without getting decapitated. And the night that put us through multiple brushes with death came to an end. The day breaks.
Yeah, and that's pretty much everything that's happened.
That big brother Chu? I see. Once day broke, we decided to take a quick walk outside to recover a little from the exhaustion of the night. It was also to decide our course of action from here on, and we also had decided if we wanted to travel with Jia Shichun, whom we shared our destination.
Hello, did you forget how to make a concerned face or something? How are you maintaining that irritating poker face through the whole conversation?
Of course not.
Classic Jia family secrecy, huh? Always hiding something, and I bet you are too. If you are, you better spit it out now. I don't have time to casually stroll about with my to-be enemy.
Chichu, as I always said, the seat of the family hierarchy is of no...
Fine, even if you're lying, I do know that you haven't prepared anything for your assignment anyway. Changing the subject.
Jia Shichun, who was chatting with Hung Lu, methodically slowed down enough to walk right next to me as though she was executing steps of a plan.
You lead my brother's faction, don't you? About what I wanted to talk to you about earlier.
I guess I do. For now, I guess. Earlier? Oh, is this about our conversation back at the Kazan?
Brother, translations, please?
Of course. Dante is unquestionably our manager.
Great. Let me make a proposal then. Become my faction for the duration of the family hierarchy evaluations. Help me out.
What? It's, can we do that? Can we do that?
Why not? You guys managed to stall even the sweepers. That means you command a formidable force. Besides, you're head to the family mansion anyway, aren't you? You just don't know what to do once you get there. And as for competition, well, my brother doesn't care about the whole thing anyway. So why don't you join me? Help me become the family hierarch. I'm not like our other older siblings. I always pay my debts, whether that's for a favor or a grudge. You can't trust me. If you can't trust me, I can happily make a written...
Can we do that, Faust?
Faust deems Jia Shichun's plan, her explanation of it, at least rather flawless.
Having such an ally at the apex of a wing may be a great boon to Limbus Company as well. I guess so. Then I don't see any reason to refuse her offer. Hung Lu, who's been listening in on our conversation, boiled the discussion down to a clear explanation and relayed it to Jia Shichun.
Huh, perfect. It is said that formation of such alliances should come with great banquet to mark the occasion and cement the upcoming collation. The banquet's on me. Once we get closer to the central zone, let's find a nice kazan to discuss our future ventures together. You're Dante, right? Let's make this thing work.
Let's. I was still bewildered by the turn of events, but Jia Shichun reached out for a handshake with such an earnestness that I found myself almost drawn to shake her hand in return. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we've ever made ourselves an ally that wasn't specifically selected by the company, huh? Well, if that's the case, I really hope we can have at least one ally who doesn't meet a terrible end. After the banquet, we walked out of the Kazan to find Mistopheles waiting for us in the middle of the road. Wow, man. Never thought about it, but now that's just standing like this in the middle of the street. It really stands out, doesn't it?
Is this your usual ride?
Glad to see that you're all safe. Sod and Pilot walked out from inside the bus. Uh-huh. So did you guys take care of the business? I have some more pressing things to talk about. Listen well. Do you have any idea how much trouble your subordinate's little connection?
Yes, Miss Foss already gave me a report. Pilot?
Oh boy. Yes, ma'am. By the way, he's awkwardly stepping forward. He's probably already got a hell of a talking to from Sod. Real mighty sorry about that, y'all. I've only ever been part of an eradication mission, never in this espionage business, so...
Pilot, what did I say about mixing excuses into an apology?
Forget what I said. Real mighty sorry, for real. This Qingtao guy approached me and sweet-talked me into going along with that plan of his. So I got too cocky, assuming that I knew better than my seniors.
I'm sorry, too. I forgot that he's still a new guy in the business. Of course he'd be prone to making these mistakes. Looks like we'll both be writing letters to explain our failure together, huh?
You're both getting disciplined for this?
The disciplinary action is unlikely to be anything of significance. The LCB team came out unscathed, all things considered. However, it is unlikely that they may have to work for half a year without pay. I'll consider it a win if we're all getting is docked pay.
Next time, I do promise. Next time I'm gonna get real good at this job. I'm gonna become someone who can actually provide good assistance to y'all.
Of course, Pilot. You really should. In fact, you will have no choice but to become a contributing member of the team when I'm done with you. Let's really get into it, huh? No one's dying or getting fired under my watch as long as I'm their manager. I'll make sure of that.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Almost forgot to tell you, Sod. It's real important business stuff. Going forward, we're gonna... Oh yeah, I was going to bring that up sooner or later. We just got the orders from the LCA.
Sod produced a small device from her pockets and began reading from it.
Upon arrival at the central zone of H Corp, the LCB will participate in the family hierarchy evaluation with a candidate. We were going to anyway. Now this bus team's faction gonna be mine. The LCB will present the following sinner as their chosen candidate. Sinner 6, Hung Lu.
What?
What? You can't do that. What the hell? You, all of you, I'm gonna make you throw up everything you just ate, you assholes.
Damn. Damn. And we made it to the chapter. We're caught up.
There we go.
I think I still need to do the... Yeah, I need to do the... Mirror dreaming. Oh boy. I could do that on stream. But I probably won't. But yeah, what did you all think? That was a really interesting chapter. That was crazy.
So wait, who was the big man that showed up?
Ricardo?
That's Ricardo.
Which one? The pink-haired
And
guy?
the black and red robes.
With the poofy fur?
Not the poofy fur, what the...
Oh, that was Big Brother. You're talking about Chow? I don't know how to say his name. Fuck. You're talking about this guy though. You're talking about this guy?
Let me see. Yeah, him.
This is Hung Lu and Jia's brother. That's their brother. He's the eldest brother, I think. I think there's like 8 members of their family. I don't know. There's a lot of members.
Yeah.
Oh, there's updates to Dante's notes. Anything new? Worth reading? No.
I'm gonna also take my allergy med.
You gonna take your allergy med? Okay.
It's not a good time to take it, but it might help with this.
Yeah.
꺼질 줄 모르는 고에서의 불빛.
Well, let's see if we get anything. Nothing. Fuck.
꺼질 줄 모르는 고에서.
But yeah, I'm getting closer and closer to actually buying this. This is really cute. And honestly, the sister is really cute. But yeah. I'm excited to see what happens in the new chapter. I'm like genuinely really excited to read the new chapter. I feel bad I didn't catch up to it, but it took me this long to catch up to it. But honestly, reading the stories have been like, it's been so good. I'm excited. I'm so excited. Are they done with 33? Have they released 820? I think they released 820.
꺼질 줄 모르는
yeah.
고에서의 불빛.
Let me double check the patch notes actually. Let me see.
퍼레이드 연습실의 땅울림. 더는 두고 볼 수 없어. 굶주린 가족들이
830
어버이의 꿈에
difficult.
갇혀서.
Okay, yeah. Okay, they released it. Okay. That'll be really fun. We'll be able to binge the entire story when the thingy happens. The thingy. I'm genuinely really excited though. I love this game. This game is honestly really great. Also, did you see that we're getting a Gia skin for Ishmael? I'm so excited for that. Like, I am so hyped. I'm gonna be pulling on that. Like, a hard pulling on that. Like, That's where my money's go. That's where my polls are going. I'm definitely pulling on her. I need her. She's wife. That is wife.
좋은 생각이 났더라도 입 밖으로 꺼내지 마. 헛된 생각을 들어주는 건 이제 지긋지긋하니까.
Let's see who we can raid. Thank you all for watching and going with me thus far. Oh wow, Poki's still awake. Maybe we'll raid Poki. I'll raid Sister Poki. Yeah, I hope you all had fun. I'll talk for 10 minutes more because it's 10 minutes to 4 hours. That would be nice to talk. But yeah, my predictions. So let me label some predictions. Make some predictions, not label. How do you label predictions? I'm gonna make some predictions. So I have a theory that Gia's probably going to die. As much as I don't want her to, I have a very bad feeling she's going to die. I don't know. They just raised this chapter raised a lot of death flags. Like, they treat her like trash, and she's still like very high spirited. So I really hope they don't. I don't want them to, but I have a bad feeling. My prediction is they're gonna kill her off. Honglu. He's probably gonna have a mental breakdown. We're gonna see his mental breakdown. Finally. He's finally gonna crack that fucking fake smile he's always plastered all over his face because he's not allowed to be happy or show any signs of, like, anything. Because he's a man among men. You know what? Where's Honglu? I need to put him up here. We're talking about Honglu.
이제는 유로집이라는 단체가 워낙 넓게 퍼져.
That one. Oh, full office. Let's look at full office.
저희 단체를 너무 어렵게 보실 필요는 없어요. 불행하더라도 뛰쳐나와선 안 되는 자리도 있는 법이에요. 자리를 옮기려다 이렇게 톱니바퀴가 박살나면
Another prediction I've got for him is we'll find out more about his eye. So he's got like 2 different colored eyes, heterochromia. And like a theory was that he's blind in one eye. Like, it's unconfirmed, but that was one of the theories. Or that it's like a mystical power. We don't genuinely know what's up with his eye. So I'm kind of hoping we find out more about that. I'm predicting it's a glass eye or something. Like, it's a fake eye. It's not a real eye. And it probably doesn't hold anything really important too much. It's just really pretty. It makes him look cool. I feel like Honglu will eventually become the head of the family. I don't know if it'll be in this chapter, but I feel like he's gonna become the head of the family and find a goal in his life at the end of the chapter. That's another prediction I've got. He'll finally find because he's always following and never to be a leader. He doesn't want to be followed, he wants to follow. And I hope he eventually like figures it out and is happier. I hope he figures it out.
It would be interesting because like all the other characters, it's a little bit more obvious as to what their story are, even when introduced. And Honglu is like always shrouded in this mystery.
We know nothing about him, like literally nothing. Like, he barely talks. Half the chapters he's ignored. You don't really hear anything from him. He just follows. He's just there. He's always just there. You don't hear from him usually. He pipes up every now and then, but he doesn't say anything like of value, if that makes sense. He just says like, oh, he's just there to be included in the conversation usually.
Yeah, typically he's not like the main person talking.
Usually it's Don Quixote and Sinclair because Ryushu fucking is talking. But Sinclair doesn't talk as like literally Honglu, Sinclair, those are two characters that definitely don't talk. Like if they don't have to talk, they won't talk. Yisung as well. Like, the Quiet Boys squad. The Quiet Boy squad.
I mean, Yisung we got a lot more insight on though, to be fair.
And he's a lot happier too. Yisung's a lot happier now and he's more talkative than before. Like the first chapter, he was so quiet and so depressed. Now he's got friends and people he cares about. What are your predictions for the chapter, Keela?
I feel like well, they're gonna be here for a while, no?
Well, yeah, the whole chapter's about Honglu.
That's what I'm thinking, like. I feel like there's gonna be like a whole nother like big faction that is related, maybe.
Well, we have the Shi family. We have the Chi Hua family. I don't even know their names anymore. I'm sorry if I mispronounce any names. I'm tired and I don't remember their names. Their names are too complicated and long.
And I feel like in association, maybe it's like, you know how he has his eye? I don't know. Maybe each family has like a super bioengineered prototype kind of installed in them. Because they had like superior fighting abilities, like just out of nowhere, you know? And if they were all trained, maybe it has something to do with that.
That would make sense, yeah. My theory is that the eye is just a glass eye he lost during one of his like training sessions. Maybe his brother poked it out or something.
Yeah. I'm not really sure though, because each nest seems to have like a specific thing that they're known for. And I feel like this nest is going to be very different.
Yeah, makes sense.
And I feel like the training squadron, since it's like, you think about it, right? Like, Hanglu mentioned like 10 duels a day, which is completely abnormal, like even for the body to keep up with that. So the infinite stamina may be coming from somewhere.
Yeah.
Because how does somebody not get fatigued from being like a normal mortal, you know? I don't know, it brings up a really big question.
Yeah, like what is Honglu exactly?
Yeah, I think it's a little deeper. Like, I feel like there's an external influence. Like, Honglu's not obviously like human.
He's the prince. He's a prince.
I really don't know. I can't really put it together. Not yet, anyway.
But it could. It could be that he's a prince. I don't know. Maybe he is a prince. Maybe they have kings and queens and stuff like that because they are the leader of this big giant organization of H Corp, I guess.
Well, I'm thinking back, especially with like the season 1 ego.
Yeah.
And how he had the only AoE ego, and it looked very spiritual and like abnormal compared to a lot of other ones.
Land of Illusion, yeah.
Yeah. So you gotta think about like why did he start with like Land of Illusion of all of them?
And it's got gold, and it's got his weapon. He's cuddling his weapon, and there's treasure all around him. But he's holding his weapon. He's not holding any of the treasure, but his room is treasure. He has all this money and wealth, but yet he's holding his weapon instead of the gold itself.
Yeah, I feel like Land of Illusion also dictates like it's all superficial. Like it doesn't mean anything.
It's on the surface.
Although, like he has everything, but he doesn't kind of do it.
Yeah, like he's trying to hide his emotions through like physical things, physical means. He's trying to hide his actual pain through physical means. And it just doesn't. but nothing will actually be able to satisfy him.
I feel like typically there's a small amount of insight on the first he goes to the characters. But this one's hard to say.
I do love Hung Woo. He's one of my favorite characters for sure. He's so cute. Alright, are we ready to go raid Pokey? She's still streaming? Yes, she is. Okay.
I don't know how much longer, but yeah. We'll find out, I guess.
Alright, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you all had fun and had listened to us theory crafting. It was fun. I really love this. I'm excited to see the new chapter. I'm excited. I'm gonna try and stream that on a day that there's not maintenance. I gotta double check when maintenance is. And then we will binge through this chapter.
Yeah.
Typically maintenance is on Tuesday on most games now.
I don't know when the maintenance is. I forgot. It's been a while. My brain thinks it's Wednesday, so it might be Wednesday, but I don't know.
We'll definitely see you more, and it'll be really fun. Hope everybody enjoyed, and of course, remember Umineko?
Umineko? What?
Wasn't it? Did I be in the wrong game?
Umineko? What? What?
A thingy.
What thingy?
Official novel.
What?
Official novel.
Oh, Omoneko. Not Umineko. Not Umineko.
There you go, guys. I'm
like, what the fuck? Alright, everyone. Make sure to grab the raid message. I love you all so much. Good night.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Good night. Penny.